Alrighty, time to push the big red button. This is it. AI in Games Wrapped 2024. The live stream is happening. Welcome, one and all. I'm still just trying to make sure everything's working. Like, is everything in the right place? Are all the buttons working the way they should work? That'd be great. Really just want to double check that. But whole bunch of you watching already. Welcome, and bear with me as a professional idiot tries to make sure he can still be a professional idiot while live on the internet. And yep, awesome. All right, cool. We're here. I see Spartan and Carl. Carl's jumped over from the Discord because I told everybody, yo, get off, stop hanging out in Discord. Come and hang out with me for the Wrapped. And yes, alrighty. I think we're good. I think we're good. Tell you what, as the chat slowly fills in, we'll get started. This bottle of rum's not done yet, so that's the plan for tonight. This live stream not brought to you by the makers of a particular rum brand. You might think, Tommy, come on, what do you mean you're drinking rum? Like, surely this is whiskey. But I'm driving tomorrow morning for the holidays. We're going to see the family, and I'm starting the jolly jaunt all the way up to Scotland, so probably smashing through several measures of whiskey tonight, ill-advised. So indeed, release the Kraken, also brought to you by a particular Coke provider, not sponsoring this stream as well. So there we go. Hope we're all doing great. It is a Thursday night. Yes, December 19th, 2024. And it is, this is my last day of the year. I submitted 3 things. I submitted 2 client deliverables today. I submitted 2 invoices today. And also put forward a proposal for a thing that has been approved. And so some work for January has been agreed, which I can't talk about yet. But actually there was another thing as well. Lots of things happened today now that I think about it, because there was literally another meeting I had with a games company who's doing something really exciting, very early phase, but doing a little bit of like help for them. So I can't talk about that just yet, but it's quite exciting. Oh, look at that. The chat is slightly darker than the rest of the feed, but there we go. So yeah, tonight is the Wrapped, and for those of you who've never, turn my phone down, make sure it's off. If you've never watched the Wrapped before and you don't know what this is about, this is sort of my end of year wrap up, where I talk a lot about doing this whole shindig, like running the YouTube channel, running all things AI in games. We get a little bit into the numbers. I also share a whole bunch of stories. There's actually a lot of stories to share this year. Some really wild stuff that's been going on, or like interesting stuff. I say wild, like interesting stuff that's happened to me over the year, which I think is always really exciting. And so yeah, it's an opportunity for me to just sort of engage with you all and sort of go, yo, this is what's been happening behind the scenes with regards to like running AI in games, and what does all that mean in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, and then critically, right after this, I go on break. That's me for the rest of the year. I'll be taking a couple of weeks off, at least 2, maybe 3, we don't know. My partner and I are negotiating as to how much time we take off at the moment, both in terms of, because they've got to take time, they've got to negotiate with their employer, and they've already got a bunch of time booked in, but then also I need a break. I need a proper break. And like even this summer when we had a break, I didn't really have a break. My break was exhausting. So yeah, like needing a proper break. And you'll find out why, I guess, in the coming hour or 2 as we go through all this. Oh, rum to Coke ratio still a bit off on that one. Oh. Woo. Okay. I mean, yes, I think probably the first thing to talk about, the last time I was on stream was the Doom run a week or so ago. Yes, my brake was broken, Carl. You're absolutely right. Like, I broke my brake. I don't know how to brake right. I brake brokely. Broke brakely? None of these work, but I'm sticking by it. But yeah, I guess like the quick thing to talk about is since the last time I was on, we ran the Kickstarter. And where is it? The Kickstarter got funded. So I mean, I shared about it earlier in the week. Was it earlier? Yeah, it was Sunday. And actually, let me quickly. What do I need to do here in order to make this work? Damn it! Bear with me while I go in here, and then that's the. I keep closing this window, and I need it. So goal state closed on Sunday. We raised 150% of our funding goal. Absolutely amazing. Thank you all so much to everyone who has supported either by directly contributing to it or just, you know, showing some love towards it and everything else. So that's been really amazing. In fact, we ended at 150% funded. We're 152% funded now, because there's 4 more backers now than there was when we closed. And that's because you can now back late. This is a new feature that Kickstarter rolled out earlier this year. So if you run a Kickstarter and it's successful, and then people go, hey, I didn't hear about this. It was literally someone in the chat, in the comments, in the videos went, you ran a Kickstarter? I'm like, oh my God. You can still back it if you want. Only on certain tiers. In fact, so yeah, Patron, Goal State Plus, and Super Patron in the education package. Those are the only ones that are still available. Anything else that was previously there, those are now closed off. So yeah, if you happen to stumble upon this and go, hey, what the heck, he did a thing, that's really cool, I would have loved to have, you know, supported that, you can still do it. And critically, also the stretch goals that we had down here, I'm still honoring these. So if we do actually hit any more stretch goals, then we will satisfy them. And critically, we're actually less than 15 backers away from the next goal, which was the deep dive on Half-Life. So I'm just going to put that out there. Not the focus of tonight, but hey, we ran a Kickstarter and it actually did pretty good. Wahoo! Oh my goodness. Yep, okay. We got a bunch of folk tuned in on YouTube. We got a bunch of folk tuned in over on Twitch. That's really good. And yes, this is also an opportunity if you have questions for me throughout the night, drop them in the chat. We'll respond to them. And yeah, it's all about sharing a little bit of the story, I guess, of what it's like to do this throughout the year. And I guess let's just get right into it in a minute. Actually, I'm gonna have another bit of my my slightly broken rum. Oh God, I need to put more coke in that, otherwise I'm gonna be hammered in about 30 minutes. There we go. There we go. Should really learn my lesson and not drink alcohol when I'm streaming, but then that seems to be the only time I actually drink alcohol in the house is when you lot bully me into it. Actually, I need to get back to playing. I really hope to get on stream this week and play more RoboCop. I haven't got around to doing it. It's a shame. I guess we'll have to finish RoboCop in the new year. Because I really want to finish RoboCop. I'm having such a good time playing it. Alrighty. Let's get into the. There we go. So you know what? I want the music back. Where did the music go? Is it? Where do I? I'm trying to remember how I've got it in the other. Is it a VLC source? It is. There we go. I want the music back because I've actually got the music on here, but I want to Let's just turn it down a bit so it's not as loud. Right. The Wrapped. This is it. This is the big thing. I do the Wrapped where, excuse me, we talk all about how things went down this year. And let me find my controls. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff. This is very boring in some regards because it's a PowerPoint presentation, but the stories, and you're going to like all the stories I have to share. So yeah, like what's happening. So let's talk. I do the obligatory. I talk about the channel. How's the channel done this year? What are the things that are working? What are the things that aren't working? What did well despite itself? And then critically, like I actually show numbers. So like, hey, like these videos did well, these videos didn't do well. Like how's the crowdfunding aspect of this working? Because also like, hey, like, you know, and also I like showing this because it's a continued reminder of how as amazing as it is to have crowdfunding and be able to monetize my channel, it's not sufficient for actually being able to maintain this, and that's why I do so much additional work. Not just because I'm just a fool and I just crave the opportunity to do additional work, but that there's also a financial reason for this, because really all the other work I do helps me maintain actually being able to run the YouTube channel. Okay, so Cakes Bruh gives me is that a thumb or a middle finger? No, it's a thumb. I thought your little emoji was like, fuck you. It isn't, it's my bad. Alright. Let's get into the weeds. Where was I? I lost the controls. No! Right. Not about that. We'll talk about that. We already talked about goal state. AI in games. So this year, let me quickly actually hide myself. And now I've also lost the music, so I need to get the music back. That's better. Okay. AI in games. This has actually been, in all due, you know, in the grand scheme of things, really, the year that I've released the fewest number of videos in a very long time. And as we'll discuss later on tonight, now it really comes down to two reasons. It's it's goal state and it's the conference. So those two things, also just on top of that, a bunch of work that I was doing behind the scenes that really prevented me from, good Lord, speaking of work, I'm literally getting, yeah, a thing I'm doing in next year. I'm getting emails about it. So yeah, like because of all this other stuff that's been going on, that this is the first year that in a long time actually where I've not been able to maintain my regular cadence. So I like to do one video a month. That's kind of the thing I like to do, because as you'll know if you've been watching this for a long time, producing these videos takes a lot of work. It's really hard. I'm often doing stuff that nobody else does. So trying to find the information that I need and then process it in a way that I can then deliver it to you, that takes a little while. We had a really good run though. I think overall, like despite the fact that I did the fewest number of videos I've ever done on AI in games, and since the first, I think this is like, since maybe year 2 or 3, this is the fewest number of videos I've ever done. Like maybe since the early days of the channel. And bearing in mind the channel turned 10 years old this year. Yeah, this is the fewest number of videos that I've done. So quickly, just to run through them all. So we started the year off with 2 AI 101 episodes. So we had the why is it so difficult to build good AI for video games. Actually, a little bit of insight on that. That was an episode that actually emerged courtesy of the the producer team on the Patreon, or just general crowdfunding, who posed this question. And funnily enough, I actually had an idea that we would expand this episode out into subsequent, like mini episodes of AI 101, where we discuss very specific genres. And I forgot until halfway through the year that this was an idea I was going to do, just because things got a little bit too crazy, but I'm still sitting with the idea in the back of my head. Like, so why is it so difficult to build good AI for racing games? Why is it so difficult to build good AI for stealth games? Why is it so difficult to build good AI for like first-person shooters? And so I want to come back to that idea, I just got, and credit to the producer team on the crowdfunding side. They were the ones that suggested it, and I still think it was a really good idea. So I really need to get back to doing it. But yeah, funnily enough, actually, that was, as we'll see in the next slide, that was one of the most successful videos this year that emerged quite organically, which was quite neat. I quite enjoyed that. The second episode of AI 101, which is how artificial intelligence is used in video games 2024 edition, that video hasn't done as well, but that video has had a huge impact on a lot of the work that I'm doing. And in fact, if I drag that over, yeah, you can't see that, that's good. If you head to the website, if you go to aiandgames.com, right now, the #1 most read article I have is the written version of that video. And one of the big reasons for that is, if you remember that video, there's a diagram in it. And when I did the diagram, I made the video to explain the diagram, and then the diagram has appeared in almost every single talk I've gave this year. And as we'll see in a few slides from now, I have been doing a lot of speaking in the industry. I've been doing a lot of talks this year. And so subsequently, that diagram from that video appears in every talk that I give. And I link to the video and I link to the article on Substack for people to go and read. And subsequently, it is now the most read thing on my website over this past 12 months. Also, that episode is kind of weird because it comes from a place of anger. I wish I'd saved the article, but I didn't, which is probably good for my own mental health. But I read an article on a post on LinkedIn, which, first of all, you shouldn't really take what people say on LinkedIn all that seriously. But why is it so hard to make AI in card games? That's a valid point, Carl. Like, actually, there is something you could do there as well. So, coming back to this, I saw this take, and it was one of these like, oh, AI for video games, and like, oh, we're going to be able to use generative AI and blah, blah, blah. And it was so horribly fucking misinformed and just utter bullshit. It made me so angry reading it, because I'm like, this is the thing that, and this also actually had a knock-on effect in another way. But this is where I'm getting so annoyed with the hype merchants talking about AI in games who don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about and are saying what they're saying largely to perpetuate their own desire to sell their own nonsense, right? Or perpetuate their own narratives about particularly generative AI now moving into the games industry. I did two things off the back of it. The first one was I made this video, and the second one was I pitched a talk. I mean, yeah, Evergreen, a lot of that's happening in the generative AI space. This has certainly been the year where games has been attacked in many regards. And we'll come back to that because it's a very nuanced conversation as well. But I got so annoyed. I made this video and I also pitched a talk at Develop, which, if you're not familiar, Develop is sort of the UK's version of GDC. It's the games industry event in the UK. And I gave that talk. And that talk went down really well. And I was really happy with how that talk came together. And so this also, as we'll discuss in a little bit, this is the beginning of a transition to a lot of the work I'm doing where I felt I needed to start speaking up, because I've kind of been watching this generative stuff, not passively, but not speaking out, not speaking up. Because if you've watched AI in games from the beginning, it's always, if you look at all these videos, none of these videos are, well, actually the 10-year anniversary episodes are a bit different, but if you look at everything else, it's always me deconstructing something and giving an educated and informed stance on how this works and helping you understand it. But this is the point where I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, this is really cheesing me off. I don't know why I'm like cheesing me off after I've just swore quite a lot in the last 5 minutes. Clearly the rum is working. But as we'll get into in a little bit, if you look at the stuff I'm doing off YouTube, I'm far more vocal about the state of the industry, about the state of the AI technology and the problems that are emerging in this sector, because I realized somebody needed to say it and it was going to be me. So anyway, so funnily enough, that video hasn't done massively well, but also, like, that has been a hugely important video for everything I'm doing right now. Cake says, a lot of AI bros want only to ride the hype, only to make an over-engineered AI or one that is not fun to play against. It always wins. Like, but also I think there's an awful lot of people are selling tech. They're saying, oh, this solves a game design problem that isn't a game design problem, because they're not providing a solution to a problem. They're providing a solution to a non-problem. In fact, one of the talks I gave this year, that was actually a big part of it, was like, we're now seeing the second generation of generative AI in games already, because a lot of bad, stupid tech has died out. And like a lot of companies that were making tools a year ago have quietly disappeared because they're running out of money. Anyway, and so then we got to the 10-year anniversary. I mean, first of all, we're 10 years old. Like, what the hell? This is insane. So AI in games turned 10 years old in March. And funnily enough, originally, the 10-year anniversary episode was going to be the F.E.A.R retrospective. But the interviews weren't finished. And funnily enough, the last chunk of it, I still had to interview Jeff after GDC, and GDC was like 2-3 weeks after the anniversary of the channel. Critically, for a little bit of inside baseball on this, so of course Jeff was busy. He was at GDC. He was showing the stuff that his company Bitpart is doing. So they had a demo, they had a pitch deck and everything they had to get ready. And so he was like, I love doing these interviews, but can we take a little bit of a break? And like, that's perfectly fine. I had, actually, I also had a client thing. I did a consultancy for a game studio right before GDC. So it was a perfect time for us to break. So when we got to the anniversary, I was like, let me do the celebrating 10 years of AI in games. What have I learned episode? Because I thought that was a good one to do. And that was me. So first of all, that's a really weird video for me to do. It's filmed there. I put the camera in front of my sofa and in my office. And it's the first episode that is exclusively me talking about me, which that took me a little while to get used to, because I'm so used to not being the focus of my videos that then making a video about me was very weird. And but yeah, it was sort of like me reflecting on how things have evolved in the industry, and also how things have evolved for me personally and professionally since AI in games began. There is actually going to be a follow-up to this. There is one last camera-facing episode that I planned for the 10-year anniversary, because the channel turns 11 in March. I want to have, so I did like reflecting on the last 10 years. There's then going to be another video, which is me talking about where do I think the next 10 years are going. And that video is largely written. I need to actually sit and finish it and then record it, but we'll put that out early next year. Simpleton asks, does Goal State release in parts for backers, or will it be the full thing? The idea is for the whole thing to drop at once. Once it's done, that means it will take time for me to roll it all out. I'll be releasing some information on that to backers in January. Once the dust is settled over here, and critically also once Kickstarter actually sends me the damn money. If you don't know this, actually, the way that this works is that now that the Kickstarter is, the main campaign is over, we've still got live pledges, we can still late pledge, sorry, but the main 30-day window is ended. So Kickstarter starts accumulating the funds, and then also they do a whole bunch of like safety checks and verifications to make sure that like it's not fraud. And then once they approve it, the money will get sent to us, to my company. So it also, given the time of year, I suspect the money won't actually like, I think so a lot of backers, the money will have been taken from you. We don't get it on our end for at least another week and a half at minimum. But of course, given that it's Christmas, we might get it, we might not, until like the new year. But yeah, the idea is that the whole thing will come out in one package, but we'll be keeping people up to speed and letting them see early drafts of everything as it's being developed, like over the year. So yeah, next up on the docket was the F.E.A.R retrospective, and so this was a completely wild story. I say wild, that's merely being a bit, that's me overdoing it, but so last year somebody brought up the idea, oh, if you do a 10-year anniversary video, what's it going to be? And someone said Alien. And I was like, nah, like, in my heart of hearts, like Alien is the, you know, of course, Alien Isolation is, of course, the reason that so many people watch this YouTube channel to this date. It's the reason that people stick by it. But in my heart of hearts, the game that started it all is F.E.A.R, because that's what the first episode was. And like F.E.A.R is also a game that, yes, that includes the stretch goals, simpleton, yeah. So everything will go in the one batch, which might mean that things get delayed a little bit until it's all done, but, you know, that's I want it all to be there for you to consume it all in one go, or at your own pace anyway. So yeah, I was like, you know, F.E.A.R has always been the game that triggered this. And F.E.A.R also holds a special place in my heart personally, because it had an impact and it was an influence on my career. And so I thought, fuck it, like what's the worst that could happen? So funnily enough, I've never met or spoken to Jeff Orkin until late last year. And of course, Jeff being the AI programmer on F.E.A.R and everything else. And the thing is, he knew who I was. I knew who he was. We actually have a lot of shared connections. Like if you looked us up on LinkedIn, we have a lot of mutuals and even other social media platforms, like social network platforms. And so I thought, oh, you know what? This is the year. I was like, well, let's just drop it. Let's just do it. And so I dropped him an email and I said, listen, you know, huge fan of your work and everything else. Would you be interested? As you know, I've covered F.E.A.R more than once on the channel, because of course there's the original F.E.A.R episode. There's the AI 101 episode on goal-oriented action planning. And then there's also like the lectures that I did at an old university years ago, where one of them was about F.E.A.R. But that one's no longer, it's unlisted on the channel right now. You can't find it unless you really search on the internet. And I said, well, would you be interested? And to his credit, like he replied back and he says, oh, I'd be honored. Like that'd be such a cool thing to do. And I was like, oh, thank God. Like I was so nervous about reaching out to him. And critically, like, let me just dispel any myths. Like having now spoken to him and interviewed him several times and now met him in person, Jeff is like the nicest guy. Not often, you know, you hear stories about people meeting their heroes. And I mean, I don't know if I would use the word, I guess I probably would use the word hero, because he was very influential in my career in many regards. And then getting to hang out with him and just like, this guy's legit. Like he's a good dude, he's a smart dude, lot of love for him. Crash Dome! And so I reached out to him and I said, right, well, if we do this, I said, I don't just want to make it about F.E.A.R, because that feels very disingenuous, because also like that game came out nearly 20 years ago. He's been very busy since. You know, he built and, you know, he got his PhD, he built a company, and then like turned that company into something really successful. His company got bought by another company. He then led like the AI division of another company, of this new company that he was acquired by, and then he went off and created another startup. So as an entrepreneur as well, you know, he's very successful in that regard. And so I thought, I really want to like, and also I'd read a lot of his research. Like as you'll see down the bottom, one of the last videos, the last main episode of AI in Games we did this year was the restaurant game. And I knew about the restaurant game. I'd read the papers about the restaurant game, but I was like, how on earth did he get from F.E.A.R to the restaurant game? Like, what was that about? And like trying to just understand where his head was and what his motivations were. That was something that I found really interesting to me as someone who, you know, from the outside in, my career makes very little sense. If you look at my LinkedIn, for example, my career zigs and zags in a lot of weird ways, but I have a lot of stories to tell behind it. And I was like, right, well, he zigged and zagged. What's his story? And so he was actually very receptive to that. He says, I actually really like that your pitch isn't just let's talk about F.E.A.R, but let's talk about how F.E.A.R inspired the rest of his career. And because I also wanted to kind of like remove, I recognize, and I mentioned this in episode 76 in the restaurant video and the restaurant game episode, I recognize that I've mythologized Jeff a lot. He has already mythologized. I didn't need to do that for him. That has been successfully done. The 3 States in a Plan, the AI of F.E.A.R GDC talk from 2006 is one of the most well-known game AI presentations ever in the field. It's also probably one of the few industry talks that is cited heavily in academic work. without a doubt, Jeff has built a reputation for himself. It was kind of interesting. I thought, no, let's have that conversation, and he was very receptive to it. And so, but of course, he was very busy with F.E.A.R. So we started it. I remember right. Yeah. So when I reached out to him, it was about October, November last year, and they were literally in the middle of getting the last of their. They were going through a big phase of angel investment for the company, and he's like, I'd love to do this. I'm also up to my neck in paperwork and everything else because we're trying to get a big chunk of cash in for investment for the business. And I'm like, right, well, cool. I'd love to do it. And we pushed it back, I think, to January. And then it got pushed back a little bit farther because things were running behind on his end and stuff. And again, I'm like, look, I'm just wanting to make a YouTube video. You're trying to start a business and get a lot of money behind it as well, so I wasn't going to push him. And then eventually it was like, okay, cool, the dust is settled, let's do this. And that was why it got pushed back a little bit, because I think once we got to that point, we then had GDC coming up on us. And if you work in games, you'll know this yourself. Sometimes like GDC or E3, I guess now Summer Games Fest and Gamescom, when those events are coming up, it kind of kills productivity in certain ways because some things just need to be done and everything else needs to be pushed to the side. So we finally got around to doing it. There's 4 hours or 3 or 4 hours worth of interviews that I then cut up into those 2 videos. You get the F.E.A.R retrospective, and then you got AI in Game 76 with the restaurant game. And they were such a joy to work on. Critically, the thing you don't see in all those videos is that when I'm interviewing Jeff, I'm in the call with him and I'm smiling because he's sharing so many really interesting stories. That there's so many bits in both of those videos where it was also really nice to hear, like, my perspective on AI for games. I realized that I actually share a lot of the same perspectives as Jeff does. And so it was kind of really cool to hear him talking about it as well. And like, our perspectives align. Like, that's the coolest thing. That was like, hey, I'm smart like he is. And that made me feel good again. But yeah, it was an absolute pleasure to work with Jeff on this. And he was super happy with both of those videos as well. He says it was really funny watching these about him. Even, he's like, it's like I'm dead. And I'm like, well, yeah, you're fine. You're doing all right. Touch wood. And so that was it was funny him talking about that, and like the fact that I said don't freak out, but like episode 76 about the restaurant game, if you've watched it, you'll know it starts with me going like, what happened to him? As if he disappeared off the face of the earth, like it was one of those Netflix documentaries. LB evening. So he was like, that's actually really funny because he recognizes that, like, if he goes into, it's funny because like he was at GDC this year and people of a certain generation are all like, fucking hell, Jeff Orkin's here. But other people are going, who? And so that was kind of, or even like they don't recognize him. And so that was, he thought, oh, that's kind of a funny take to do the video with. So I did it with his approval, critically. And we could probably have done another hour of F.E.A.R easily. Yeah, it was kind of weird. Ken says, by the way, I still love that graphics, the one. I still send people to it when they ask about AI in games. I don't know if I know the one that you're referring to. But yeah, what graphics? But yeah, like it was, or maybe you're talking about the diagram. I don't know, but yeah, so that was a really fun project. And then funnily enough, this started like a big run of work that I've been doing interviewing developers, and that's actually one of the reasons that there are fewer videos here, because there's actually like several episodes in the backlog that I'm editing now where I've been interviewing developers more. And in fact, not the next episode of AI in Games, but the one after it is huge because it's the most insight I've ever got into a game, and the devs were so forthcoming. And we'll talk about that later because I will actually tell you what's coming up in the pipeline. Let's see. When he says, why hasn't Gulp AI been implemented as well as F.E.A.R did on other similar games, even in AAA? So I think there's a lot of games that have used Gulp, but it speaks to the fact that it's more than just the technical side of it. It is also about the design and how you integrate that into other into your systems. Like, there's a lot of games that use it very effectively. You know, whether you're thinking about like Deus Ex, like the Deus Ex Human Revolution uses it, or like the modern Tomb Raider trilogy uses goal-oriented action planning, and it suited their needs, but it wasn't. I think there's something about the design of F.E.A.R and how they build the encounters in F.E.A.R that really showcases the AI in a way that those other games do not. Even though the AI in those games is perfectly serviceable and largely facilitates the goal that they're trying to build. In fact, funnily enough, I actually just heard about another game that uses scope. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 uses goal-oriented action planning combined with a modular behavior tree architecture. Keep an eye out for that coming to GDC in 2025. You didn't hear it from me. So, right, where was I? Yeah, so the stories about AI in games, they were mortified. So that was an episode that I thought, like, I was just thinking back on like 10 years and going, what are interesting stories that emerged off the back of certain episodes? And so, like, critically, one of the ones I end up talking about in that video is how going to QnA North in 2017 led to so many videos on the series, like Halo Wars 2, which later Creative Assembly helped me with, Ghost Recon Wildlands, which is also an episode that's very popular. Let me think, what other ones? The Horizon Zero Dawn episodes, the Sea of Thieves episodes. And critically, this actually speaks to the value of having developers come together at events and present to one another, which, as you can see at the bottom, is something that we started trying to address this year, because 2017 was the last time we had an event dedicated to developers in Europe. So, and if you haven't watched that video, go and check it out. There are some funny, it speaks a lot to, like, as I mentioned in the video, like, so many of the stories that happen in that episode are all about me networking and just the things that emerge off the back of engaging in a positive way in game development communities, and also critically, like, meeting people who were watching what I was doing and saying, oh, that's neat. And like, oh, he's also like, he's legit as well. It's not like, oh, this is another content creator talking out their ass. And I remember that because I helped run Nuclei in Austria for a couple of years in 2015 and 2016. And Erica, oh, there we go. That's why I'm working on hybrid goal-oriented hierarchical behavior task plan, right? I've got an episode that I've got in the backlog somewhere that I want to make in AI 101, which is just building systems that are a blend of multiple techniques is very common. Because I wanted to talk about, you know, one of the games I worked on, we did a finite state machine full of behavior trees. And then I think is it Final Fantasy 15 is behavior trees full of finite state machines. And then like how things like, you know, BioShock Infinite and Dragon Age Inquisition and Alien Isolation, all of these are like multiple AI systems glued together to facilitate a design goal rather than just trusting one system to do everything. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, like I really wanted to tell the stories about how so much of what I do has really been, you know, brought about by that networking. And critically, people also, like I said, I helped run Nuclei and I had a lot of fun doing that. QnA North was the first time that I felt like the work I was doing was being legitimized. Because I went there and people were like, oh, you're the guy that does the YouTube thing. That's cool. I've been watching your stuff, really appreciate the work you do. And it was so nice to have that. And then funnily enough, this all comes full circle. And because one of the people that said that to me presented this year at the AI in Games conference. And so it was so nice to have someone come up to me at an event and go, I like the work you're doing, or well, I appreciate the work you're doing. And then when we put out the open call for talks, they turned up and presented it at the event with my name on it. And like, that's like, I got so fucking excited when I saw that. We'll talk about this later because the conference has a whole bit coming up. I'm already taking forever just doing this one bit of the presentation. So yeah, Go watch that. Critically, the quote, if you haven't watched it, "They were mortified," is actually about the story of doing the Sea of Thieves episodes. And working on Sea of Thieves was great because one, shout out to, Andy Bastable, Rob Masella, Chantel Porritt, Sarah Noonan, Tristan Bell, Andrew, oh God, what's his surname? I forget. Like, they were all fantastic to interview. I had such a fun time. My buddy Matt and I went up to the Rare offices. We did a whole bunch of interviews for the day. They took very good care of us. We had so much fun doing that trip. And then the post phase, as we developed it, and their PR team had a nightmare. They were completely freaking out because they told me all these things that they weren't supposed to share publicly, and then they were like, right, well, we need to kind of like renegotiate what's going to be in the videos, and like the first video in the series got chopped in half because they were like, you can't put any of this out on the internet. And I'm like, okay, because we didn't, and that had a huge impact on every subsequent project I've done with a game studio. The process that I learned and built off the back of working on Sea of Thieves, I have applied to every single project since, and I've had very little. There's one-ish video I'd done since that proved to be a headache, but every other one that I've done, including the one sponsored episode we did this year with transitional forms on little learning machines, have been really smooth because we figured out a process of how to do this. Anyway, so moving forward, the big episode of the year, AI in Games number 75, the AI of Dark Souls. This is my favorite video I've made this year. It's probably one of my favorite videos I've made for a long time, because the AI of Dark Souls episode was a labor of love. I've been, as I mentioned at the end of that video, that is a labor of love I've been working on for literally years, because I've been slowly sitting working. I remember when those Redditors, I forget their usernames, reached out to me and said like, yo, we've decompiled hundreds of Lua scripts in Dark Souls. We don't know what any of this does, but we watched your stuff on YouTube. Maybe you can figure it out. And so they sent this stuff to me. I want to say, I think I mentioned it in the video, the date. I think it's like 2018 or something like that. And I sat on it for like 2 years, and then eventually was like, I should probably figure this out. I should probably start chipping away at this. And so I was like, sometimes a video gets, I spend a week on it and I've got enough research materials I can go and write it. And others, I just slowly chip away at it. So there's another big one that's coming out next year. I've been chipping away at it for about a year. But yeah, I sat on this for ages and ages. And then I think it was late last year, I'm sitting reading it, and I got enough of it to come together. And there'd also been other decompiling efforts that had clarified some of it and kind of cleaned up the code a little bit, to a point that I went and read those and went, oh, okay, I was able to start, it's the Always Sunny thing where he's got the map and all the ribbons and everything and all the thread, and he's like, ah, and I kind of reached the point where I was like, holy shit, I figured it out. It's a gold decomposition planner. And then from that, I was able to start really pulling the episode together. And so like that episode still took up literal months to get it to the quality level I wanted. It went through several drafts, and it's one of the best things I've ever done, in my personal opinion. Because also it's just one of those, it's a bucket list. I've got games on my bucket list that I'm like, if I can score that one off, I'd be very happy. And Dark Souls was one of them. And I'm just like, I fucking did it. And now I've already started looking at, well, I actually skipped a lot of the other games, because there's a hobbyist working decompiling Elden Ring. So I figured, well, I don't think that'll be a 2025 thing. It's probably going to be a 2026 thing, but I'm working on it. Ken, you should have seen the security Rare had during the Sea of Thieves Pirate of the Caribbean cross. I can imagine that. Absolutely. So LB, to answer your question, like, do you have PR people in all the interviews, or do you agree in advance what will be discussed into what detail? So one of the things I now do is I sit down once we get to a point of approval. I go, here's what I want to talk about. Here's the topics I want to dig into, or critically, like, I want to do some interviews, and these are the things I'm really interested in finding out the answers to. Tell me now whether we can and cannot do these. And so sometimes you will have someone at PR go, we straight up can't talk about this bit. I'm like, okay, that's fine. And then other times they'll be like, okay, we'll have to look at the questions. So once we agree on the high level topics, I then go and break down into much more granular questions. And that's useful as well, because then they can look at it and go, well, yeah or no, or whatever. And then if you look at all the stuff I've done with big AAAs where I interviewed them, there is someone in the call with us. So if you go back and watch the Division 2, I'm so happy we got to do those. That was also the first series or the first videos where I really got to put this pipeline into practice, and it worked incredibly smoothly. So we agreed in advance what I was going to do. They then asked, can we get a bunch of questions? I sent the questions out. They vetted the questions. They said, right, well, this one we can talk about quite happily. This one, not so much. This one we can't do. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. And then they're like, and then it's like, well, we're not rigid as well. A lot of the time we can operate outside the bounds of these questions a little bit and have a bit of wriggle room. Because of course, whenever I do anything like this, I'm always under NDA straight away. So the studio has the final say, even if they don't pay for me to do it. So like, full disclosure, the Ubisoft videos I did on Division 2 and Watch Dogs Legion, they paid for me to do it. There's some other ones I've done with studios where they didn't pay me, but I still went under NDA because, of course, they might have said something in that call. Like Sea of Thieves, I wasn't paid to do Sea of Thieves. I'm under NDA on Sea of Thieves because I wasn't allowed to, they want me to protect certain things, and that's fine. I understand that. That is absolutely the nature of the business. So then when we did the episodes with Phil for the Division, when I ran the interview with him, we ran it in the studio, as you'll recall. David, what is David's second name? I forget. David is like hang on, jumping to LinkedIn, because I want to make sure I get his name right. Is he still at Massive? I don't know. David Antel, that's it. He is the Senior PR and Communications Manager at Massive Entertainment. David is sitting, or actually standing, about 6 feet to Phil's right. And also so I'm doing that via Skype call. So they've got a camera team filming Phil, and I'm on a Skype call, and he's looking at me on a Skype call. We also have, Joel Morange, who's from Paris, the central comms team at Ubisoft, in the call. So they're all listening in on this. And it is, sometimes I bring up a question and we bring up a topic and either of them goes, oh, well, we probably can't talk about that. I'm like, right, cool, zip, we cut that out. And then but most of the time it's fine. In fact, just recently, we'll be talking about this video later, I just did an interview with 2 members of staff at Creative Assembly. I'm under NDA for that. And we had Kieran, who's on the PR team at CA, in the call. And it's quite standard. Same thing, I think, with Watch Dogs Legion. Yeah, I had somebody from, I forget the lady's name, from Ubisoft's PR for the Toronto studio in the call. Totally fine. And like I say, it's part of the process. I don't think much of it anymore. So yeah, sometimes there's an entire team behind it, and it's really just making sure that the message is managed accordingly. But also, like, it's quite good because once I think critically, they're also there to make sure it doesn't turn into a hostile interview. And I actively go out my way to make sure all my interviewees feel comfortable. And once it looks like we're feeling comfortable, then you know what? They tend to be a bit more open with stuff, and I think that's fine. Let's see. Eric, hearing the breakdown of Dark Souls AI by you really made it hit home why the AI was great at how it would respond and counter player behavior without blatantly obvious input watching. There is still think a bit of input watching in that game, but I can't 100% prove it. I'd love an old game like classic XCOM and what made the Chrysalid so terrifying. I think XCOM is sitting somewhere in my backlog of topics. I have all these like half-finished episode scripts, and I think maybe somewhere it's out there. Anyway, so coming back. Little Learning Machines, that was with Transitional Forms. So Little Learning Machines also this year, actually. So I remember meeting Dante Camarena at the AI and Games Summer School in Cambridge last year, and he was showing this game off, and I'm like, oh, this is really cool, this is really interesting. And then the game subsequently like blew up, and then they put the game in early access, they subsequently launched it, and they reached out to me a while ago, like, could you do a video? And I was like, well, maybe, but you know, I compensated if you want me to do this as a sponsored thing with you, etc. And then we waited until times and dates and budgets aligned, and then subsequently we did it. In the meantime, they actually got their talk accepted at the AI Summit at GDC, and that was good fun. It was really great to hang out with them there, and actually working with them on this episode was a lot of fun. Not just dealing with Dante, who had previously worked with, but also, you know, having like Pietro, who's like one of the leads at the studio, and Fiona Furby on the kind of comms management and public engagement side. So like really getting to hang out with different people from the team working on that episode was a lot of fun. I stand by that. I think if you haven't checked it out, go and check out the Little Learning Machines video. Also check out the game. I think it's a really cute idea. It's such a fun, one of the most novel applications of AI for gameplay that I've seen in a very long time, because it's kind of taking the same ideas from Black and White and like creatures and making it a 21st century game. But it also like foregrounds reinforcement learning in a way that I really respect, particularly, you know, as me doing this thing where I engage with you publicly about how AI works in game development, and then they make a game about how AI works in games. I was like, I really appreciate the meta level of it. By all means, go and check that out. We talked about the restaurant game already, episode 76. Really happy with how that came out. It's such a quirky and weird episode, and really digging back into a research project that I remember from almost 20 years ago, I thought was good fun. Blue Lou over on Twitch. Haven't seen you since the level 23 streams. Oh my goodness. I miss BBC level 23. I haven't spoken to Luke in a little bit. I spoke to Danny not that long ago. I spoke to them, I think, back on Twitter when Twitter was still a thing. I don't think I've spoken to them since Twitter collapsed. So that could be anywhere between the last like 2 months and 2 years, I guess. But yeah, we had a chat earlier in the year. I miss those guys, and I really miss what they were doing. So for anyone who's watching this going, what the heck? BBC Level 23 was a radio show that used to run at a BBC Three Counties, which is Hertfordshire, Bedfordshire, and Buckinghamshire, if I remember right. And it ran on local radio, and then they also aired it live on Twitch. And myself and a bunch of other game devs used to go down and were guests. I was a guest on Level 23 like 2 or 3 times. And I had so much fun doing it, because it was clearly like two guys who work in radio who love games and really want to learn more about games, and were able to build an entire radio show. And COVID killed it, sadly. It's such a shame. Like, I really, sadly also they moved on, I think. So I think actually Luke's still, I think, at Three Counties, but he's doing his sport. He's a sports commentator predominantly. And then Danny's moved to BBC Radio 1, if I remember right. So, you know, he moved up, I guess, as a producer, I think, which good for him. Like, he's a lovely guy. But yeah, I miss Level 23. I really wish they would. There's nothing else like it, and I think it was so nice. It built such a nice little community because people really jazzed for what it was doing. Anyway, massive deviation there. And then Alan, hello. Speaking of Alan, perfectly timed, because the last video we're going to talk about, and I realize I'm wearing a hoodie on top of the t-shirt, but yes, we ran the AI Games Conference back in, oh my god, I feel like the conference was yesterday, and it was also a year ago. It better not be a year ago, because we're doing it all over again. And we released the vlog just last week to sort of what's this? Yes, Sean Connery here. Yes, we ran the first ever AI and Games conference. No, to sort of summarize the big event, what it was like on the day, to let people see it. Also, Elby and Alan are in the video, so that was. We'll talk about the conference later, but I just wanted to put it out there and like really show people at the end of the year, like as we'll talk about later, we fucking did this, and it fucking worked, and it didn't fucking suck, and like that's the greatest fucking thing. But we'll come to that in a little bit. Anyway, so that's all the videos that actually came out on the main channel this year. Not as many as I typically do, and in fact, it was the fewest number of videos I've released on the channel, I think, since like 2015 or something. Anywho. So if you actually look at the numbers for this is really interesting. So I've been doing this every year where I show you like the numbers on the channel. Let me just get rid of myself for a minute. And you can see we actually had a boom era around 2019, 2020, and critically COVID. Actually, 2020 is important for two reasons. One, there was a pandemic. I don't know if you heard. The other thing was Alien Isolation, episode 50. The revisiting the AI of Alien Isolation was in 2020. And so, you know, of course, that video has now got, I don't know, 1.2 million views or something like that. So of that 3 million, about 500,000 of it alone is just one video. And then, of course, the knock-on effect of that is I make a second video about Alien Isolation. So the first video about Alien Isolation blows up. So a huge chunk of the figures in 2020 is just me talking about Alien Isolation. It's almost as if people really want to hear me talk about that. Anyway, and so this year is, there you go, see, like going back, this is I released 10 videos. Actually, I think, if I remember right, hang on, let me go back to that previous slide, because there's one, is there one missing? If I remember right, I've forgotten one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, the video that I've missed is I did a demo. I showed my recording of when I attended the GDC demo for the Neo project by Ubisoft, and I shared my playthrough data, my playthrough demo. That was the other video that came out on the channel. Okay, so technically I actually released 15 videos this year, because that includes plugs for Goal State and the conference, but they don't really have a huge number of views behind them, because they're very much pointing to a specific demographic in the audience. And yeah, you can actually, it's interesting that with fewer videos this year, I got more views. But the total number of subscribers totally dropped off this year. Less than 10,000. That is the fewest number of subs I've had in the channel, I think, since about 2016 in 1 year. Yeah, but 2016, I think. So that's fine. I think critically it's because a lot of the episodes, I talked about this last year as well, like, you need bangers. You need episodes that are bangers, ones that blow up. Like Alien, or even like the stuff I did on Ghost Recon, on Halo Wars 2, on Hitman, on StarCraft. Those are videos that blew up when they came out. And so subsequently they had a long tail. A lot of people tuned in. It was a bottle of Kraken, yes, Scup. It needed finished, and I don't want to be drinking whiskey tonight because I'm driving up the road to Scotland tomorrow. But yeah, so we've not had a big banger this year. And in fact, if you look at the figures there, the why is it so difficult, the AI 101, that is the most popular video that was released this year. I think it's had about 70,000 views. The Dark Souls video has had about 65,000 or something like that. And it's funny because I've had people say to me, like, I can't believe the Dark Souls video isn't bigger. I'm like, I don't think people really think about the AI of Dark Souls in the way that I think about the AI of Dark Souls. So I wasn't surprised that it wasn't as big a hit. In fact, I've got the statistic here. Where is it? I wrote it down. The top 10 most viewed videos, which you can see here, only account for about 500,000 of all the views this year. And so I thought that was really interesting for two reasons. One, as you can see, there's only 4 videos this year that made it in the top 10. And critically, of that top 10, it accounts for about 450,000 views, of which the 2 Alien videos, I think, amassed 200,000 between them. So in the top 10, half of all the views of the top 10 is the first 2 videos. Again, Alien continues to be very popular. And then the remaining 200,000 is spread across the other 8 there. And then the remaining 500,000, or 400,000, is the rest of the channel. And I thought that was really interesting because I noticed compared to previous years, the top 10 accounts for less than half of all, like roughly, yeah, like less than half of all viewing figures. And because what's happening is more people watch what I call the library. So all the older episodes, every now and then an episode gets a spike. Like literally just yesterday, all the Division episodes got a buff. Somebody was talking about the Division somewhere, and all my Division videos suddenly got a couple of thousand views across the board. Don't know why. Just happens. That's the nature of this beast. Because, you know, it's not like I'm Game Maker's Toolkit where everybody's all, you know, it's like, I think a lot of his stuff continues, Mark's stuff continues to get eyeballs on it in a way that mine doesn't. It's kind of seasonal. In the same way, whenever it's Alien Day or it's Halloween, all the Alien videos get a bump. Anyway, so I thought it was really interesting, and also you'll notice 4 of them are AI 101, 5 of them are AI 101 episodes, and I've talked about this before. AI 101, a lot of my videos have a bump and then they drop off, and then they get a little bit of viewing, you know, it's like they get a big bump and then it's very flat, and then they maybe get gradual increases periodically. Whereas AI 101 episodes are linear. They almost have linear growth all the time, because there's always somebody Googling to find out what goal-oriented action planning is, or what a behavior tree is. So those videos tend to always be getting views all the time. Some of it a lot, some of it not so much. You'll find an awful lot of the AI 101 videos have 100,000 views or more, because there's always somebody trying to find out what a state machine is, what utility AI is, etc. Ken says, Alien Isolation is almost a decade old now. It's over a decade old now. It turned 10 years old in October. I don't think chasing the latest releases would get the most views, but I'm not a YouTuber. But then critically, I'm not interested in chasing the numbers. Although the next episode of AI in Games is the fastest transition in a long time from game coming out to game coming on the show. But yeah, like I'm more interested in building a library of material that shows this stuff throughout the industry, because people will still come back and talk to me about an episode of AI in Games that they really loved, whether it was BioShock Infinite, whether it was Alien, F.E.A.R, Batman. You know, I don't think about chasing trends, which is funny because I think a lot of other YouTube channels, it's all about chasing the trend, or talking about something that is current. Well, you know, if you think about things like writing on games, Game Maker's Toolkit, they tend to talk about what's a bit more current, and that's fine. That's what they do, and I love both of those channels equally. Yeah, people look for Elden Ring now rather than Dark Souls, and well, like I said, I'm working on the AI of Elden Ring, but we'll get there because I also need to play the fucking game. Is the lesson to chase a game closer to as it comes out when it's still hyped? Well, I mean, I think that's the problem, because in order to find out how a game works, developers rarely share the insight when it comes out. And like, funnily enough, even when I've done it a couple of times for a game that was coming out, you also then don't guarantee that the video will blow up. Like, so actually, yeah, thinking about Game Maker's Toolkit and Mark's work. Again, I don't say this to disparage Mark. Mark's a lovely guy. And I'm grateful to know him personally a little bit as well. So Mark Brown's video discussing the merits of the Play As Anyone system in Watch Dogs Legion has more views than my video where I interviewed the developers that came out when the game came out about how the system works. Sometimes, yeah, it's just one of those things. I think, and also I think critically, I put that video out and a whole bunch of people went, the game's not that great though. I'm like, well, but then that's also an interesting thing. It's like, what does... Alien is unique, I genuinely think, because there's not that many of them where you have developers talk about it in the same way that players do. Developers talk about Alien and go, man, we wish we could replicate something that has that level of quality. And then, but gamers are still like, oh my God, this game is still great. Like, it's very rare to find a game, the AI of a game, where people talk about both of those things, like on both sides of the, like, talk about it on both sides of the coin at the same level of like enthusiasm, I think. Anyway, what else to talk about here? Yeah, I mean, also, props to Townscaper. Townscaper's one of those videos that just gets a little bump every now and then. I'm really happy about that. I love working on that video. Again, that's an interview I sat with Oscar to talk about that one. But no, really happy. And I'm really surprised that we managed to get... We've actually had more views this year so far than we did last year, despite the fact I released more videos. And a lot of it is older videos are getting more views and not the new videos are getting a lot of views. Meh, it is what it is. But hey, I'm happy to be here. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. And oh my God, I have so many videos to put out next year. Anyway, let's see. AI in Games Plus. So AI in Games Plus is started off really strong this year. And then I only released about 7 videos. And 6 of them were in the first 5 months, and then it totally fell off. And there's a big reason for that. If you look at this, I started trying to transition AI in Games Plus into talking about the state of AI in the industry and talking about events and other things. This is important because really, I started with this idea, and then one of the biggest things I was struggling with was maintaining the rhythm of doing it, because doing a video in my regular way, I'm pretty good at. But doing a video where these are faster and they're much quicker, but also critically, I still don't have an editor, so it's just me that does them. And it was like, this is taking up too much time. So I can't do them as frequently as I would like. Also on AI and Games Plus, we did the Branching Factor podcast this year. More than I thought I did. 12 episodes this year. Starting with George and I having a chat, to having Ben come on in episode 15, Will Overguard on 16, Mel Phillips and Mark Drew on episodes 18 and 19. Oh yeah, then we had Kwang and Jupiter on episode 20. And then we had the GDMC team come over, and then we had the Little Learning Machines guys in episode 23 and 24. More than I thought I'd done. Also, you'll notice that I haven't done an episode of the podcast in a few months. And one of the big reasons for that is I'm just struggling to find the time to do it, to be honest with you. Also, we were sponsored for the first 18 months of the podcast. And Model AI sponsored the podcast. And it allowed us to continue making it. Subsequently, when they stopped sponsoring it, we weren't getting the money in to run it. And not having the money to run it meant, oh, that's time that could be, we don't have the financial part in there. GH, the goal state, no, we'll talk about goal state later. It's not really brought up at this point because it's kind of a separate thing. Although you can see I did do one of the episodes of the podcast was my live stream about goal state. Yeah, Cakes, it's too many things happening at once, and there's not enough money coming in to sustain it. And so, funnily enough, at the moment, we'll talk about this later, but pretty much AI and Games Plus in its current form will begin to wrap up. And the Branching Factor podcast, for the time being, episode 24 is going to be the last episode, because we just don't have the time, and I'm refocusing my energies and also like my resources to make sure that we're doing the things that we think are going to make the most sense for the audience. Because one of the other things is I enjoyed working on Branching Factor. The podcast leveled out view-wise about a year ago, and it's never really grown since. Even when we were doing like 2 episodes a month, it wasn't growing in a way that made any real sense. But anyway, speaking of, let's quickly have a look at the numbers. Numbers. Oh yeah, hang on, before we get to the numbers. This is one of the big reasons that AI and Games Plus and the podcast died down, was the Substack launch this year. So if you don't know this, because a bunch of people I find still don't know this, we launched the AI and Games Substack newsletter this year, where I write a newsletter every week at the moment, 2 that are public, and then one of them every month is our existing patron sponsor newsletter. And then I also now do a digest issue, which is me talking about things that are happening behind the scenes, or like books I'm reading, things I'm reading that are of interest and of relation to all things AI and games. And this has blown up in a really good way. So I started writing this in January. And in fact, if you go back to here, these videos that I made on AI and Games Plus, almost all of them, there was a written equivalent of it on the Substack. And so I thought it'd be kind of nice to have them as video versions of Substack issues. But then the Substack I've just continued to go on, and it's like, yeah, I can write a newsletter every week and I can fit that into my workflow, but I can't make a video every week. That's too much. And yeah, so, well, actually, critically, it's only 2.5 articles I write a month, because one of them is already the Patreon newsletter, which I already had in the production schedule, and then the digest is a little bit more me consolidating stuff I was writing elsewhere. So I started writing this, and it's blown up. To give a little bit of insight into this, we published 60 articles on the website this year over on aiandgames.com. Some of them are the newsletter, some of them are the sponsor newsletter, some of them are the digest. A lot of articles on goal state, a lot of articles about the conference. But also, like, one of the things that I did on my old website was I used to have written versions of all the videos, because a lot of scholars use the written version as a source because they cite it. Because still to this day in academia, citing a video is considered questionable. So I went back and dug out a whole bunch, and I haven't finished doing it either, but there was a whole bunch of like dead episodes that I worked on ages ago, and I went and tidied them all up and I put them up on the website. So you can go into aiandgames.com right now and go into the case studies area, and you'll find a whole bunch of old episodes that I've made the written version of. But critically, it's kind of replaced AI and Games Plus as my place to talk about the industry. And critically, as I said earlier, one of the things I'm really trying to do is I want to start finding ways to engage more broadly with the public and also more broadly with the industry, and be able to call out a lot of the nonsense that's happening in AI for game development. And at first I thought I'd do it in my YouTube style, and then I realized, actually, no, let's start doing it over on the Substack. And I think that was a really smart move, and we'll get into that in a moment, critically, once you start looking at the numbers. So AI and Games Plus, that channel launched in 2022, and we've done only 18 videos this year, and then I still was putting a lot of shorts out, and then I've completely fell off doing that because I don't enjoy doing it and I really need to hire someone else to do it. It's still got 400,000 views, of which 200,000 of them were just shorts, if I remember right. But anyway, the sub numbers completely dropped off. You know, we went from like 4,500 subs on it last year to 500 subs this year. Again, I didn't really put much energy into it because I was really, it's now became the place for vlogs and like ancillary stuff so if I live stream, usually when I'm streaming games, if you don't know this, I stream it on AI and Games Plus. So I was playing The Evil Within, I was playing Evil West, I was playing RoboCop. None of them are fucking finished, by the way, and we're going to do that. We're going to finish them all. I'm sorry about that. So that's kind of something going on. But if you look at the Substack has blown up. So last year in 2023, when I just transitioned my website onto Substack, I wasn't even writing a newsletter. I just put my writing on Substack, and I had 400 subscribers by the end of 2023. Actually, that's not even accurate. It's actually closer now to 2,400 since I wrote this. So crime evidence indeed. Crime evidence. I said that just as Carl typed it. 450% increase in the Substack, and also the viewing. It had 20,000 reads roughly in 2023 to 100, and actually I think it's now about 125,000 reads in 2024. Huge growth in there. And critically, one of the things that's happening with the Substack, which is really interesting, is the people that sign up. So there's two types of people, right, that sign up to subscribe to the AI and Games Substack. There are those of you who know me already from YouTube, who are in the Discord server, largely those in the Discord server. They know my work already, and they go, oh, that's just where he does his writing now, we'll subscribe over there. There's a huge chunk of people that sign up to the Substack who have never heard of me, have never watched a video before. And it was interesting watching where they were coming from and some of the engagements I was getting with readers. And what really cemented it was I went to an event, I want to say in about April, May of this year in London, which is, where I am. And I got chatting with a bunch of people who work in business development in games. And we got chatting for a minute. And they went, are you the guy that writes the AI and Games Substack? Not, are you the guy that does the AI and Games YouTube channel? Not do you do the branching factor part, not any of these. Do you write the Substack? I was like, I am. And they said, oh, everybody in our office is reading it. Let me introduce you to such and such. And that I had 3 separate interactions like that in the space of a fortnight, because I also went to 2 events or something in the space of 2 weeks. And it was really interesting to see the type of people who were coming over to chat with me going, I was reading your newsletter last week, and the conversations I was having with them versus, like, for example, actually just looking at the chat, we've got like Ken or Elby or Alan, who if I bumped into them, we'd be talking about the YouTube stuff or the stuff I've covered on YouTube. They wouldn't be talking to me about, oh, I saw that article that you wrote on the Substack. But I was having very different conversations with these people. I was like, that's interesting. And I've discovered also critically, because you'll notice that I also put videos. If you read the Substack and you read the newsletter, I put links to videos. Very little follow through. Like very few people read the issue of the Substack and click the video. So if I, like, for example, the issue, like when I did the restaurant game episode, that was also a blog. And right, nope, Ken, there you go. We met at development. We also talked about Discord. Fair enough. Like, I was monitoring the stats on that restaurant game blog. Very few people click on the video, but that blog has been read about, I think it's had about 1,500 reads. So you think, hang on a minute, they're not clicking the video, but a good chunk of people, according to Substack's internal data, read a chunk of that article. And you think, that's wild. Sorry. Food in mouth, not good for a content creator. So yeah, it's kind of wild. They're engaging with my work, but not watching the YouTube. And at least 2 bits of work that I've done this year came out of people reading the Substack and going, I like this, we need to chat to this guy. And it's also becoming my place to be able to voice my issues about the industry. And I think, in all honesty, because they're written and they're not, it's not a guy on the internet yelling, it gets a little bit more serious. It's treated a little bit more seriously. So, hey, this guy's actually talking about this stuff. He's quite serious about it. And I can make a much more broken down, evidence-driven argument sometimes, and people are able to follow along with it. And funnily enough, the first issue next year is going to be about the UK government's current open consultation right now about copyright. Rando, in the future, are you the one on BBC about the AI regulation as the AI expert? Nah, you never know. You never know. But so it's been really interesting, and this is actually something we'll talk about later. Like, the perception of me within the industry has changed a lot this year in a really positive way, but also it's because I'm having to do a lot of fighting. There you go. See, like LB puts it quite nicely, like, angry people on YouTube, nothing new there. Analytical article, now we're talking. Like, it's so funny how AI in games started, because I thought, and I've talked about this before. Go back and watch, I think, the 10 years later episode, where I said the reason that there was a video was I was like, no one's going to read a blog in 2014. I should just make it a video. Excuse me. And then now I'm like, well, I should write because no one's going to watch a YouTube video. It's gone fucking full circle. But at the same time, that doesn't diminish from what I'm doing on YouTube, because I love, like, one of the things over time is I appreciate what I can now do in a written form, where I can have a more serious critique in a written form, but on YouTube I get to play a lot more in a audio visual. You know, I really think about it more from a like quite often from a a cinematography kind of aspect. Like, how can I show this in a way that's really evocative or interesting? So, different things, different end goals, I guess. Scratching different creative itches. So here's the fun one. This is the one I bring up every year. How much money does all this make? And the answer is a wee bit. The answer is also not as much as you'd think. And this year, it's also about the same amount as last year. So I've only started collating this in the last few years. Critically, so in the top left, that is Patreon, patreon.com/AI in games. Then Substack. How many people are now supporting on Substack this year? And then at the bottom, YouTube monetization. So I'll start with YouTube, right? Because YouTube, I think, is quite an interesting one. Because you'll notice the monetization is almost the same. And that's because the views are slightly the same. Well, actually, this year, if I remember, the views are higher. But the monetization isn't as much. So that comes down to a number of factors. First of all, it's the CPM, the cost per meal. How much like dollar value per 1,000 views do you get? So certain videos of mine have very high CPM. So the alien videos, for example, have high CPM. So when I get 1,000 views of the alien videos, I make a couple of bucks every time. Like, I've been joking about this. I joked about it actually chatting with some folks from Creative Assembly not that long ago. I was like, you know, Alien pretty much gets me a free cup of coffee every day for the last like 6 or 7 years. I'm like, really? I'm like, Alien Isolation, like that's my royalties from Alien Isolation is I get a free cup of coffee every day, more or less. Not all the time, but by and large, a couple of quid every day comes my, actually, thanks to inflation, probably not anymore, but a couple of quid comes my way every day just from people watching the Alien videos. But also they changed the rules around how monetization works. And also, as you'll have noticed in the last year or so, YouTube is more aggressive now about ad blockers and playing adverts. The knock-on effect of that is my overall monetization on YouTube has gone up. But my cost per meal hasn't been as high this year because I haven't released as much content that's dragged in a lot of views. So it's like, well, but it's interesting because if you look at it, there's literally a difference of 150 quid, you know, 150. I'm pretty sure those dollar values aren't quite, well, they're based on the dollar, the GBP to USD conversion at the time. So markets have fluctuated a little bit, obviously, but YouTube is roughly where it was, which is interesting. Patreon, on the other hand, as you can see, Patreon has been gradually going down the last couple of years. And a bunch of reasons for that, I think. One, this year in particular, I've released less content, and so subsequently people are less inclined. But also, it's been a tough year. You know, a lot of people are struggling, and I had a lot of exit surveys, which you get on Patreon this year and last year. A lot of exit surveys where people are just like, I'm kind of broke, I need to cut back, and absolutely no judgment on that part, you know? Like, you do what you got to do. You got bills to pay. Right now, of course, it's the holiday season. That's stressful for a whole bunch of reasons. I'm a bumbling idiot on the internet. I will make good. And actually, that's also one of the reasons I bring this slide up. I am doing fine. I really love people are willing to throw money behind my ideas, which is good because we had 2 big ones this year. But at the same time, I look at that and I go, well, that's a bummer. But also, that's the reality of the economics that we live in. And so, but interestingly, the Substack in the last 3 months, like for the first half of the year, we maybe had a couple of paying subscribers on Substack, like maybe 10. In the last 3 months, maybe, we've had another 25 join. In fact, that number is out of date. A bunch of people signed up in the last 2 days. Substack is now becoming a bigger, I mean, look at that. At the rate of growth that might have, it could outstrip Patreon within a year. And because also it's also growing really quickly. So, I mean, one of the things I am going to try and do is, because right now the Substack rewards don't align with the Patreon rewards. I'm going to try and fix that in the coming months. And also, you'll notice if you are a patron, a lot of the exclusive, the behind the scenes stuff, I now just link to Substack, because that's now where I write. Like, I don't write the sponsor newsletter on Patreon anymore, because Patreon's blog writer is fucking terrible, and it's always been terrible. And even when they improved it, it was still terrible. Whereas I write on Substack and I'm like, oh, this is good. I like this editor. It's so nice to work in. So I just do that. So yeah, wild. So funnily enough, if you look at the numbers, even though Patreon has gone down this year, Substack has countered it. Yeah, so that's a good point, Carl. Like, Substack is already meeting YouTube monetization. And so it's kind of wild. Also, critically, of that monetization on YouTube, £100 of it is AI and Games Plus. The remaining £2,250 of it is the main channel. But yeah, it's interesting when... So again, I really, really appreciate, and I thank you all for your continued support for everything that I'm doing. But critically, the thing I really want to take home for you is, if you have financial responsibilities elsewhere, don't worry about me. I will get by, but also at the same time, I really appreciate the, particularly this year, seeing so many people still stick by me with Patreon, but also that growth on Substack has been fantastic. And so I really appreciate that. Thank you all so much. Actually, the one thing I didn't mention is there's still about 5 people who are YouTube members. I keep forgetting to bring that up in the stats every year. My bad. That actually gets factored into the YouTube monetization. So the memberships that I get every month, which are like $5 or whatever, that goes into there. Also, I think I made about $100 in Twitch monetization this year. Forgot to bring that one up. When can I afford to hire an editor? Those conversations have started happening. But actually, that's an interesting point, because one of the things about hiring an editor is I'd be very particular about what they edit, because I don't want people editing the main YouTube videos, because I put an awful lot of thought in. So this was actually, we'll talk about this later, but like, there's a huge amount of I did a project earlier this year with a university where I was telling them how to make videos, and one of the things I talked about is why I refused to let people edit the main episodes, because so many parts of the edit are like, I visualize each episode as I'm writing it, and so to me, like, the process of editing it is manifesting that. Like, one of the episodes I'm working on for next year, it's been in my head for weeks, and I'm like, I just need to get this shot, and like go in and film a bunch of footage and then edit all together and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, it's kind of interesting to me. Anyway, but we might use it for things like if Branching Factor comes back, but also if we start doing video versions of the Substack newsletter, which I think is what AI and Games Plus, that's the only way it can be. Also for Goal State, because I think we actually need an editor to help me with Goal State, because that's going to be a big deal. Probably also the conference as well. He says editing all the conference videos together. But no, again, a huge thank you to all of you who support my work, throwing a few shekels my way. I really, really appreciate it. One of the things I will stress, the crowdfunding, the monetization you see here, accounts for, on a annual basis, I went back and I actually did the math, my company's revenue, this accounts for 8 to 15% of the company's revenue in a given year. That gives you a little bit of an insight into how much money I'm making elsewhere. And this is also why AI in Games is built the way it is. So when I started doing this full time 2 years ago, one of the big things I went into it was, this is a lovely piece of additional revenue that we cannot trust. If we get a bunch of like, you know, a bulk of money come in from monetization, from fans, or from adverts, brilliant. You can't live on this. In fact, let me see, actually, I don't even, so let me quickly do the math on this. So that's 4,700, 6,700, 7,200, 9,200, all right, £9,500, right? That's less than a third of what I need to pay my bills, pay my rent. Like, my living expenses are about 3 to 4 times that. How, like, it's kind of proof that. So, and then of course people say, well, is the solution then you just double down and you do more and more content? Well, that will spike YouTube monetization, but it won't lead to a dramatic surge in Patreon and Substack. So that's always been the plan. The business model of AI in games is the bulk of the work I do off screen pays for me to do this, more or less. And then, you know, I really do treat this as a bonus because I see this as like your respect and love for the work that I do coming back in a good way. And then also, well, the monetization is just because, well, ad blockers are getting cracked down on. Hooray. Yeah, LB, every time you show these 5 digits numbers, I vibrate a bit. Like, how do you pay rent? So what do I do mainly? Well, we'll get on to that. Fried cheese, macaroni ball, that's a name. Like, I mean, if you don't know this, like most of the work I do is I work in the games industry, and I started doing that full time 2 years ago, but I used to be, previous to this, my other thing was I worked as a university lecturer and did some contracting on the side. Now my contracting is my full-time thing. In fact, I did a project. I just signed a project today, which will earn me more money than Patreon did this year. And I'll do it in January or maybe February. And it's the amount of work spent on it is much reduced. Funnily enough, so also one of the other things, if you've ever wondered, like I do sponsored episodes, you've seen like Convey, In-World, Little Learning Machines, the sponsorship attached to them is based on how much Patreon is. And actually that's a barometer. And a lot of companies are like, we'd love to do a sponsored episode, but your rates are too high. And one of the things I say to them is, if you want to get a dedicated episode in front of my audience, you have to pay more than my crowdfunding audience is willing to pay me in a year, because you're getting to jump to the front of the queue. So that's what you have to pay. Not saying that this is exactly the numbers that those companies paid, but it gives you an idea of like, you know, if you want to put your video in front of my audience, you've got to cough up roughly that amount of cash. And then that's to me, that's great, because then I made a year's worth of Patreon on a video. Boom. And then critically, the other thing is I still have a full editorial control over the video I make. And that's why a lot of companies back out. I've had a lot of companies walk away because they're like, well, we don't really want to talk about how the AI is made. And I'm like, fuck you, buddy. Like, if you're here on AI in games, that's literally what we do. Anyway. So, right. So actually, coming back to, yeah, actually, there's a good point, Solid Reactor. The more that people support me on crowdfunding, then that means that the rates on everything else I do, or on sponsored videos in particular, will increase. Ken says, since you mentioned you don't have a lot of time, a lot of people are active on Discord who would love to chip in their time, including me. That's going to come up on Goal State, by the way, because I really need you to vet the videos as I'm making them throughout the year. So there will be a lot more of vetting Goal State's content, but we are in the early stages of looking at potentially language. We are looking at getting in editorial and production support overall, because there's also a bunch of projects that we're in this interesting phase because we're approaching the end of the year. And for those of you who don't know this, the way that an awful lot of business works, budgets reset at January and in April. End of the calendar year and end of the fiscal year. So a lot of things that I've been having lots of conversations with companies where we're waiting to see if when the budgets get reset, do things start happening. I signed one today, and I just had something else drop in my inbox today as well. And then another thing, I've got 3 meetings with prospective clients for prospective projects in January already. And some of them could be quite lucrative. And so subsequently, it's like, well, if this is the rate of work that's coming in, we need more people on AI in games, the company, to facilitate that. Because one of the biggest problems I have as a company is I've had contractors come in and do work for me, but an awful lot of our clients want to work with me directly because I'm the face of this whole fucking thing. And so subsequently, it's like, ooh. Anyway. So coming back to fried cheese macaroni ball, what is it you actually do? I'm glad you asked, because we have an entire slide about that. What did I do this year? I did a lot of fucking shit. Language. Oh my goodness, there's so many things to go through here. I actually wrote it all down because I wanted to make sure that I got everybody got their credit where it was due. So let me walk my way through this. In the top left corner, that's me at Miklo Studio in Lyon. I did a consultancy for them in March. They were the company that I did a consultancy before I went to GDC. We did a bunch of really cool stuff on like using generative AI for early prototyping and ideation in ways that are safe and practical, and then don't infect main production. So like working with their artists on like, because they want to learn how to use these tools, but then as soon as they've done enough ideation with it, they then throw all this stuff out and then they actually go and do the art. And like working with some of their concept art team on this was really fun, because they're like, hey, we're learning how to use these tools, and then once we think they're ready, we throw them out and then we actually go and do the art. And I loved that. I'm really sad about that one, because I also worked with the tech team. We were doing like, we were working through like prototyping stuff for like a game that they were working on. That studio got shut down while I was at GDC. That hurt a lot. And shout out to Tom, who was the tech director, and the rest of Miklo. Lovely people. It was, you know, I think critically this is a big part of what I'm doing this year, is I engage with them, and at first they're like, oh, fuck me, an AI consultant? Oh, Jesus. But at the end of the week, I was friends with everyone, and they were like, when is he coming back? Like, he's great. And, you know, I'm not making this up. That's literally what they were saying. Like, the studio director loved me. I had a really positive relationship with them. I spoke with their, like, holding company that owned them, and they were really happy with it. Everything was great. It was such a fantastic week working with them. And I said, I produced a report. We outlined some next steps. I went to GDC. I met somebody in their parent company who was singing my praises over coffee. You know, biz dev, but you know. I come back and a week later, it's, oh yeah, they've been shut down. And it was like, and I felt terrible for them. Admittedly, they apparently knew something might be coming along, but it wasn't cheese, it was white chocolate. Unless you're thinking about French, but oh, that one hurt. I've still spoken to some of them since, and also I know other people in the French industry who immediately were like, you were over at Miklo? And I'm like, yeah, and then we were sharing stories afterwards. There's actually a much bigger story behind this, but I'm not gonna air it publicly on the internet. LB, you know about this because I brought it up in the banter zone. Okay, what next? Right next to that, that's me and Shraddha Gupta. Shraddha is the marketing and PR side of Model AI. That was really fun. That was actually the night before GDC started. And so that was like a week after Miklo. We're in San Francisco in the market, in the Mission District. That is us at the Feminist Frequency shutdown party. So I have never really, you know, obviously familiar with Anita Sarkeesian and the team at Feminist Frequency. Very cool project. Huge amount of respect for what they have done over the years, and of course they decided to shut it down earlier this year. They're like, you know what, it's time for us to walk away. And Shraddha knows Anita Sarkeesian, and so subsequently she was like, I want to go to this party, but I don't actually know anyone else. Do you want to be my plus one? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And I loved going to that. It was such a nice event. It was very wholesome. There was a wonderful shrine that they had out in the bar of like all the games that Feminist Frequency had worked on, like their YouTube plaque from hitting their milestone. I've got that somewhere. It's not out on display. I think it's up in storage because I don't really put it out on display. Like all, and like books that they'd worked on, certificates that they'd been given. Like it was this kind of this little shrine to like the success of the team at Feminist Frequency. And it was lovely. And I got chatting with so many really nice people there. Most of them no idea who I was, no clue who I was. And it was so nice to engage in that community where some of them were like, oh, I've heard of you. And then other people that never heard of you. And I love that disparity. I think that's really fun. And so, yeah, that was great fun. That was a great night. Right next to that, that is Dugu Chakmak, who is the R&D director at Creative Assembly, who I work with as an AI, as one of the advisors to the now called Game AI Summit. It was called the AI Summit for the last 15 years. It's now going to be called the Game AI Summit. We renamed it. A whole bunch of story behind that, but critically, we are trying to reaffirm that that summit is for game AI and not generative AI. And so that was the solution to it, was we call it the Game AI Summit, and we double down on the things that that community does. So every year at the end, so that's the, if you've ever watched a video in GDC, on the podium, they have the sign of what summit it is or what track it is. That's the thing that was stuck on the podium. Every year, Steve Rabin, who has been he's the old guard advisor to the AI Summit, steals it and takes it home, and he has them on his wall. He has them like all tiled. And this year he was like, well, if one of you guys want it. And so Dugu was like, I'll never get it back, because I often travel quite light when I go international for events. I take a lot of bare minimum. I take the clothes that I need and then a few other base bits and pieces. So Dugu was like, oh, I'll take it. And true to our word, I saw it. I was on a call with her like a week ago, and it's in the background on our wall, and she managed to get it back in one piece. So props to her. That was really fun. What else is there? Next to that, that is me at the London Developer Conference in April of this year. So let me think about this. So that was the London Developer Conference. It was the second year that it's ran. And this year it had a big glow up. So if you know WASD or WASD, which was the successor to EGX Rest, now WASD has now shut down. So WASD has ran for the last couple of years. And the London Developer Conference last year ran in like a small presentation room at WASD. And it wasn't that big. And the host of it is George Osborne, who's of course been on the Branching Factor with me, helped me run the conference, does the video game industry memo Substack. George and I are good pals. So he was running this. And then this year, he's like, we're doing it. We've moved it into central London. It was quite a swish venue, actually. And he's like, are you free? I need someone to give a talk on AI. Could you do it? And I was like, yeah, okay, cool. And I took something I'd already done. And I don't think I've actually told this to George publicly. So, oh no, I did. I did tell it to George in private. Knowing the venue from last year, I was like, this isn't going to be a big event. It's not going to be that well attended. I can just do something I've done before. Not think much of it. About a month out, I see that it's moved to a bigger venue. They've got a bunch of sponsors behind it. It's moved to central London. And I'm like, oh shit, this has had a bit of a glow up. I better get my finger at my arse and deliver. Because the more I was seeing this thing coming up, I'm like, George is putting a lot of effort into this, and I don't want to let him down. So I went away and I wrote an entirely new talk. And it was the first talk that had the diagram on the, AI for Games 2024 that we made the AI 101 video about. And I made they gave me like a 20-minute slot to give like a high-level overview of the state of AI in the games industry. And I put a lot of effort into that. I timed that talk down to the second because I had so much to cover and so little time to do it. And then the technical side of it was a headache because they wouldn't let me access the lectern properly. And like, there's a screen at the bottom of there that I can see my notes, but my notes were so thorough. Now, historically, when I used to give talks, I would often just let the slide guide the conversation. And now I was like, no, I am going to deliver this talk with pinpoint precision because I have so much to cover and I want to make sure I'm as thorough and as accurate as I possibly can. But then the slide notes weren't coming up accurately on the podium. And so I did have to wing it a little bit. That talk went down really well. And there's so many things I did later this year off the back of that talk. And George has said to me on numerous occasions, he had people come up to and said that was the best talk at the entire day. Like, also, I want to give a shout out to, what's his surname? I think it is. It's right. I always get it mixed up. James Watley. James is a strategy lead in games. He actually works at the moment over at the Lego Group. He's the kind of strategy lead at the Lego Group, but he's done a whole bunch of work as a strategy consultant for a lot of games companies. And he also writes a newsletter as well called 5 Things on a Friday. And he wrote a really positive write-up of that talk. And one of the things he said, what was he? He says, this is an expert giving the most concise presentation, deconstructing and demolishing the current arguments about AI in the games industry. He's like, go watch this talk, you will learn something. And I did. I put so much effort into it, and I was really grateful with how the reception that had. And I still have people coming up to me. I actually have got a body of work that might be starting next year, where the reason they got in touch with me was somebody else went, I saw this guy at the London Developer Conference, this is the guy you need to talk to. So this has been the talk that's changed everything. And it's a talk that in the last minute, I was like, fuck, I need to make sure I don't fuck this up for George. And then that's had a really net positive effect for me. So winner, winner. George gained from it massively. I've gained from it massively. But also I want to give a shout out. The actual photograph is the panel that I hosted right after the talk. So from left to right, that is Yuqian's son, who is a PhD student at the Royal College of Art and is currently working on 1001 Nights, which is a game that uses large language models. We're probably going to do a video about it next year. Simon Barrett, who is the CEO of Cooperative Innovations. Simon previously did a lot of work in AI over the years. Florence Smith-Nichols, they are a PhD student at Queen Mary University, is supervised by Mike Cook, who some of you will know from our academic world, but also Mike is, of course, did the Games by Angelina, which we covered in a video many years ago. Mike is also a personal and professional friend of mine. He also appears in another image further on in this slide. And then lastly at the end, that's Matthew Jack, who is the CEO at Kythera AI, who make a lot of middleware tools and plugins for game AI in Unity and Unreal. So a huge thank yous to them. They were all great on the panel. And yeah, we were the highlight of that day. And I'm really grateful to everybody who spoke so positively about it, but also like, just in general, like, I'm really glad that I made the fucking effort, because in hindsight, that turned out really well. So I'm going to jump around a little bit. So I'm going to disappear. You're going to see behind me, there's a slide there of a room with a projector at the bottom of like a, going down the hill, down the stairs. That is, that was in May. I was on a panel for an event called the State of Play, which was being hosted by Barclays, the bank, and Harbottle and Lewis, who are a law firm based in London, and they do a lot of work in games. And so I was on a panel at that event with Rupam Dave, who is a senior partner, I believe, in technology at Harbottle and Lewis. And we were talking about AI in the state of the games industry and the things that you need to be aware of and the things that you need to, both from a technical and a legal perspective. My diagram ended up on that screen for the whole time we were talking. And it was really fun. I had a great time doing that. And shout out to, so right above that photograph, you can see me sitting with a woman. That's Elaine Dowman from Barclays, who Elaine's lovely. She keeps rolling me into things. So I did that. I got roped into that, I think, because I'm trying to remember who it was that recommended me. I think it might have been Mel Phillips from Games Leadership, who was on the Branching Factor podcast, was like, oh, you should get Tommy to come and talk about this. So I did the thing with Rupam. Rupam was awesome. Rupam has then subsequently spoke at the AI in Games conference because he's so good at this stuff. I was like, I want you to come and talk to my community. And we got a lot of really positive reception off his talk. But yeah, that was a really great day. I had such a great time hanging out with Rupam. And critically, we'd literally met to do the panel that evening. We'd never chat before, and we just vibed like really well, and it was so good. And Elaine did a good job of moderating it. And then subsequently at the bottom right, you can see me holding up a little sign. That's the roundtables. So Barclays Game Frenzy, which runs at Canary Wharf at their main headquarters in London. They run this big games event called the Game Frenzy, and they asked me to do a panel on opportunity, or a roundtable on opportunities and risks in AI for games. And so I ran that, and that went quite well. And I ended up, that was one of the places I met someone who was like, "Are you the guy that writes the AI in games Substack?" And I'm like, hot dog, like this seems to be having an impact, which is really interesting. Where else are we going? Okay. I'm trying to think chronologically rather than in the order I put them all in. I actually should have put them all in the diagram chronologically, but I didn't think of that. Where do we go next? Where do we go next? Where do we go next? What did happen next? Right, actually, yes. So just to the left of me, right now, you can see me and another gentleman taking a selfie together. That is James Kwan. He is a machine learning engineer at Creative Assembly. That was us at the AI in Games Summer School in Malta. I was there as a professional nuisance. You saw that I did a vlog about it earlier this year. I was also a speaker at that event that ran in Malta back in June. And then immediately after it, I did the photograph that's directly below it, where I'm sitting at a table with my laptop out, and also in the bottom left corner of this image, that is us at Schloss Dagstuhl. There was another research seminar on the future of AI for game development, and this is one of these events that you only get to go by invitation, and they invite a bunch of academics to come and talk about the future of the field. I am one of the industry people that still gets invited to these. Well, I mean, there's an increasing number of industry people that do get invited to these, but I'm probably like the one lapsed academic that keeps getting invited back, and that's really cool. So that was us. We literally did Malta. I came home for 2 days. I did a consultancy in London in between, and then I got on a flight to Luxembourg, and then drove over into Germany to go to this rural German castle and come and hang out and talk about research. There is a vlog of this that I have been sitting on for months because I've just not had time to edit it together. But one of the things I did when I was there, with permission of everyone else, is I filmed an entire vlog while I was there, showing you what it's like to spend a week in a German castle talking about AI research. So and also critically, I think it's good that I didn't get it done, because we have to publish a journal, essentially, off the back of an actual academic publication off the back of these seminars. So the paper, the actual academic publication of the seminar, is now published in Dagstuhl's library. So I'll be able to release the video. I'm going to try and get it done next month, but also you can see, here's the actual stuff that we worked on and the things that we wrote up. And you'll also be able to see which work groups was I a part of and which groups did I participate in. That image in the bottom right corner, that's me with, actually, yeah, that's Emily Short leading the charge there. That was actually about modern new approaches to applying narrative design and narrative tooling using AI. That was a really fun group because I've never actually really worked on narrative stuff before. Never really worked on narrative, so it was kind of cool to be able to be a part of that. Okay, so that was the summer school, and then there was develop. So develop, which photo is develop? Bottom row, third from the right, me and Jamie Clark, both with our thumbs up. Jamie is one of the biz dev fellas over at Model AI. They had a booth on the show floor. The video on that screen behind them I made, because that's one of the things I do for Model AI, and so that was really cool. They had a booth at GDC. I hadn't seen any of them since then, because of course, well, like I mentioned, I was with Shraddha at the party, so that was nice to come and hang out with them for a bit. Jamie's good people. Jamie also got in hot water earlier this year because I think he made a LinkedIn post about going to the seaside and hanging out with game developers, and for some reason he then generated an image in DALL-E or something and shared it on his LinkedIn, and then that trended on Twitter. And I'm not going to get into any further. Jamie fucked up, and he knows he fucked up, and I love him to bits because he's a lovely human being, and I think that way he didn't realize the hot water he was getting himself into. but he did. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, so develop was really good. Actually, on that note, talking about develop, shout out to Suzanne Binder and the team from Iggy. I didn't put a photo up from working with Iggy on their content creation workshop earlier in the year. That was a great project to be a part of, and again, a paid gig that I did. And also they had a booth, and it was great to chat and hang out with them, develop for a little bit. Also spoke with them at one of the after parties, and it was great. A lot of them it's PhD students who'd never been to a games industry event, but they all know me, and I'm a bit more entrenched in this space now, so I was able to introduce them to people, and they were just, oh, hey, you know these people? And I'm like, yeah, how do you know that person? It's like, oh, because we got drunk together like 4 years ago, and now we're friends. The way that these things work. So yeah, that was really good. Also, I want to give a shout out to Martin Poirier from Behavior Interactive. So I gave a talk at Develop, being very critical about the hype around generative AI and kind of giving a very grounded take on the state of these technologies and what they're good at and what they're not good at. Right after me was a talk by Martin Poirier. He's one of the technical leads for Behavior Interactive in Montreal. And his whole thing was, here's how me and my development teams have been looking at generative AI inside the studio. So of course, Behavior Interactive actually make Dead by Daylight, which is one of my favorite games. And so I was kind of shitting myself a little bit, because I'm an independent advisor. I can come out and say whatever I like, but critically, if I come out and go, most of this stuff is nonsense, the way they're selling it to you is bullshit, but here's the stuff that's really good, and then I have a technical director for a AAA studio come out behind me and go, he's actually wrong, here's what our stake on. So I had a proper freak out, because I literally met Martin, 10 minutes before we gave the talk. And you know what? Martin knew who I was. He's like, oh yeah, we watch your stuff in the studio. And I'm like, that's cool, thank you. Also, I really hope that this synergy is there. Those two talks could not have been better aligned. Because I made a bunch of points and like kind of declarations and statements, and also a lot of like technical breakdowns on specific aspects of technology, like what is a diffusion model and how does it work, how does an LLM work, like what's a transformer architecture. There was so many slides in Martin's talk where he went, oh, Tommy already explained that, I don't have to do this. And then actually, yes, so we found the same takeaways that Tommy brought up in his talk a second ago, to the one point that Martin went, sorry, I realize that if you didn't see Tommy's talk before this, my talk is a little bit diminished, but you should really watch the two of these as a double act. And I'm sitting in the audience like, oh, thank fuck. Oh my God. This could have went so wrong, but it didn't. And then Martin and I had a really great conversation afterwards. And in fact, we've maintained contact since. So I've been chatting with the team at Behavior since then. And that was such a huge relief. But also it was great to see that they were like, yeah, this is the same thought that we had. And actually, it's really great to hear that you're having the same thing. And this was also being partially inspired by like the work I've done at Miklo and the work I've done at a few other companies that I can't talk about because I'm still under NDA. Like I could talk about Miklo because all that's dead, and like, yeah, who's going to sue me because nothing exists. Actually, I could probably talk a lot more about Miklo, but I'm not going to do that out of respect for the developers. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I worked on I can't talk about because I'm under NDA on it. Anyway, so yeah, that was really great. I had a great time. And actually, one of the things that did happen was I had somebody say to me at Develop, they were like, I've seen the stuff you're doing on the Substack and like the stuff that you've done in your talk and everything. And like, I won't name names, but I had a couple of people say it, and they were all from kind of AAA studios, and they said, we appreciate that you're the one person coming out and saying this, because we're seeing the stuff you're writing and going, yeah, but they can't say it publicly because, you know, they operate within a studio and there's certain things they can and cannot say. And some of those companies are also working with AI companies, and so they can't be seen to be speaking ill of the AI companies that they're maybe collaborating with when they're like, so yeah. So that was nice. It was kind of edifying to me that what I'm doing is the thing that the industry, certain parts of the industry want to hear. Right, what else happened this year? Good Lord. A lot of stuff happened this year. So that was develop. Top right corner, I'm hidden. You can't see it, but you can see like that's a room that I'm in. I'm actually at the front. I'm about to give a talk in a room, so that's above me and Elaine. We'll come back to that photo of Elaine and I, because that was the following month, I believe. So that image in the top right corner, that is, I was invited to be a speaker at the gamesindustry.biz HR Summit, because they were looking for someone to come and give a talk about how AI can be used in human resources, but also the things the HR team should be aware of when it comes to the adoption of AI technology. So that was an interesting one. And in fact, shout out to James Batchelor from gamesindustry.biz, who's actually leaving GI like next week. Him and Chris Dring, who is also leaving GI, they were kind of instrumental in putting that event together. But also Jamie Sefton from Game Republic, who was my kind of liaison for most of the kind of content curation for that event. They were like, we can't find anyone who will do this talk. And I can't remember who it was said, get Tommy in to do it. I think it might have been James, because I've met James a few times and I like James, he's good people. And they were like, could you do it? Like, I've never spoken to that crowd before, but fuck it, I'll give it a shot. Why not? And it was what, again, it was like the London Developer Conference talk. I put a lot of thought into that and how to develop that talk and make sure it was really good. And I was really nervous as well. Like I talked about this with a few people this year, because they were like, you've been speaking a lot, do you ever feel nervous? And I'm like, yeah, still to this day. Like, I think if you don't get nervous in presentation, then you're doing it wrong, because you should always feel the fear of it at some point, whether it's in the preparation or it's in the delivery. Very rarely in the moment when I'm delivering it do I get worried. But that's practice, of course, because I was a university lecturer for 10 years. Standing in front of a room of people doesn't faze me anymore. But I told this to someone else. The 30 seconds before you go on stage, I find debilitating at times. But it's... what happens is they then say my name and you snap into it, and it's a persona. So it's like Tommy on stage versus Tommy in real life are two different people. And so it's like, right, time to get going, let's fucking go. And so I think it's always healthy, because I always use a lot of the work that I'm doing now is stuff that 2 years ago I would have said no to, because like even a lot of consultancy and training that I now do with games companies. And again, some of the training I can't really talk about because that's also under NDA because we were training for specific purposes. But like, that scares me. And then I'm like, well, let's do it, because if there's something about it that scares me, then that means it's a challenge for me to face and overcome. But to this day, when I go up to give a talk, I get that 2 minutes before, you just feel it in the knot of your stomach. And then when I know they're about to call me up, I'm like, stow it aside, channel it, let's fucking go. And then you go up on stage and you do it. That talk went down really, really well. It's actually led to some work. Also, can I just say, the HR Summit, it was one of the best events I've been to in years. Like, it was so nice being outside of my own space and listening to like, what are the things that on human resources side, but also on like general studio management, are the things that they're worried about, and what are the things they're concerned about. And it's about, you know, handling and supporting developers as people are being laid off. It's about curating and maintaining skills and knowledge as the industry is going through tremendous upheaval. It's understanding the possibilities of whether or not you can, you know, what's the business development reality, and how do you maintain a studio in this kind of financial climate. But then also things like AI, things about being attacked over DEI, which is just fucking nonsense. You know, how do you maintain your existing inclusivity practices when you've got DEI shitheads on the internet, but also your studio keeps getting downsized? Like, how can you maintain those inclusive programs if all your funding is being cut? Like, and also just everybody was lovely. And there was very few people there that I'd met prior. In fact, one of the people I met while I was there, who was also like, George Osborne tells me I need to meet you. I just had an email thread with them for a thing I'm doing next year. So that was the email I got in at the start. Anyway, so yeah, that was really nice. I really enjoyed being a part of that. I'm actually worried whether or not it continues because a lot. I don't know if you saw the news, but like since IGN bought up, or the parent of IGN got bought up, which includes GI.biz, like a whole bunch of people have left, and so like most of the people that are gamesindustry.biz are leaving, and so I really hope that that event continues because it was really good and it was really fun and it was just so nice to be in that space and meet so many people that I typically wouldn't engage with historically, but now I've actually done work with several of them. So that was truly bizarre. Also, a shout out, Ziv Davis, thank you, LB. Yeah, also shout out to the team, Isabel and the rest of the team at CA, who I've literally been working through with on contracts for the conference, and then like we bumped into them. They're like, "Oh hey, Tommy, like we've met and we've chatted and everything." So, oh my god, it's you! Like, hang on. But yeah, so I really hope that the GI.biz HR Summit continues because I was really blown away by how good an event it was. Okay, so now coming back to that image of Elaine and I, that's me at Nexus, which is the GDC of Ireland, which is like, I already said develop is like the GDC of the UK, but instead of it being this massive week-long thing, it's like 2 days and it's really 2-3 days, it's really jam-packed. Nexus is 1 day and it's really jam-packed. So Elaine said the team over, so Elaine, small bit of context, Elaine's Irish. So she went over doing this as a freebie because she's from kind of greater Dublin area and said like, I'll be the MC for the day. And they were looking for speakers to come in and do stuff. And shout out to Stuart Dempsey, who's the lead organizer there. And she was like, oh, you need to get Tommy to come in. And I'm like, okay. And they said, will you come over and give a talk? I'm like, fuck it, yeah, why not? And went over to Dublin. First time in Dublin, which was great. Also really great because I got to hang out with Richard Kogelnig from Havoc, who I hadn't seen in many years, and we went out for dinner. And then we went to a party, and then there was that day. So it was really great. I did the talk. It went down really well. I had a really nice conversation. Folks in the Discord will know this, but I had a really nice conversation with John Romero over lunch afterwards. And one of the things he was saying was how much he appreciated my talk because it aligned with a talk that he had given just a month or so prior. And I need to go and find that talk. It's still in my to-do list. Let's see. Oh yeah, so also at the bottom row, you can see me at a table. That's the one next to me and Jamie. That's me giving a round table in the afternoon of the same day on AI for the games industry. And it was a busy table. I fielded a lot of questions. That also took place in a decommissioned church. If you've seen the photos of it, I posted photos of it over on the Substack. It was in a decommissioned church, one of the weirdest venues I've ever gave a talk in. I also somehow managed to turn it into a joke. I managed to make a religious joke accidentally twice. But great event. I had a really great time there. I hope they invite me back. And critically, like I literally had somebody ask me this last week when I was at an event, which is also here. Like, what's the value of you doing these? And I'm like, the way I look at it is I go out, I engage with the community, I give a talk, and if I have a great time, and if I give a talk and I have a great time hanging out with people, then it's a win. I also have to, like, critically, a lot of these events, they cover my travel and accommodation to go to a lot of these events. I don't get an honorarium, I don't get paid to talk there, but often they cover my expenses. And so the way that I look at it is, no, I'm not going to say the jokes, Carl. The way I look at it is, I can go and give a talk. It has a small overhead on the business. My business will cover, AI and Games, the company will pay for some parts of my expense. And then the thing is, and it comes back to what I was saying earlier about engagement in the industry. And also something Ken brought up a while ago, how 80% of business deals in the games industry all stem from getting drunk at some conference somewhere and getting to know the people involved. I made that number up, but it feels about right. I don't disagree with that because one of the things that often happens with me is I go to an event, I give a talk, and like a year later, someone's like, I saw you give a talk, or someone else told me to go and find you because you're the guy that we should hire to come and do this thing with us. So that's the way I look at it is, I could give a talk. A year from now, I get a project off the back of going to that event and giving a talk, not going into it with a transactional element of like, I better get leads going there because I think that's a really negative way to approach it. So I never go there with the intent of getting leads. I go there just to hang out and chill and chat with people. And then organically, those leads emerge. I just signed a thing this morning that comes off the back of giving that talk in Dublin. So, and that wasn't something I pursued. It was an individual that I met at Develop, funnily enough, who Elaine introduced me to at Develop, critical point. And then we bumped into each other again at Nexus, and they said, I've been meaning to get in touch with you. And then 2 months passed after Nexus, and then we finally had a conversation, and then we sorted out the business, and the contract needs to be signed next month, but the deal's about 90% there. And that's it. So that's always the way I go about it. It's like never actively pursue the work, but also don't be surprised when it appears in your inbox, because, well, actually continue to be surprised, because I think that's what makes life fun. Anyway, right, what else is there? So the image of me at the round table, the image immediately to the left of that, that's me and Leon doing a professional trainings project with Gamma Stay. That was in October. Yeah, that was in October. And then, yeah, so that was me doing large language models for game designers. That was a fun project. I enjoyed doing that. It was also the first time I've done a professional training project on large language models. And funnily enough, that work that I did there is going to have a big impact on some other projects that I have subsequently generated. This is one of the things I'm trying to do with a lot of my training, is build libraries of material that then allows me to it makes it easier for me to go out and do specific training classes. What else is there? Image in the middle, directly in the middle of myself and a bunch of people on stage. Not the one with us all in t-shirts with our arms next to each other, that's the conference, but the one next to that was like a week after going to Lyon with Gamma Stay. Actually, on that note, Pierre Card, Sophie Romano and Amelie Thorne over at Gamma Stay, thank you once again for getting to work with you. They're great, and yeah, so shout out to them. Let's see. That middle shot, that is me at KCL Next Level. So I got invited back to King's College London at the end of October. Yeah, end of October. It was about 2 weeks before the conference, the Iron Games conference. And that was great. They invited me over to come and do, I ran out of rum, actually, Carl. That was just me more Coke to dilute it down. So let me see, that was me at that event. Let me think. So from left to right in that is Kate Compton. I love Kate. Kate has worked on a whole bunch of people will either know who Kate is or doesn't know who Kate is, but has definitely seen her work at some point. Kate is a sort of procedural artist and innovator, has worked on everything. She was one of the engineers on Spore many years ago, invented the language tracery, which is used in a whole bunch of stuff, including used to be used in a whole bunch of Twitter bots. Is currently working over at Lego right now. I have a huge amount of respect for Kate. She's a fucking queen, man. Like, absolutely amazing. I haven't seen her in years as well, so it was so nice to hang out with her in London. Then it's me. Then it's Florence Smith-Nichols again. She gave a talk on games archaeology, which is kind of a big chunk of her PhD research. And it's a really interesting concept of like how players intersect with games environments, and you can actually start building like archaeological studies of how people intersect with games. And in fact, one of her most popular research papers she did it in is in Elden Ring. I haven't read the paper because I haven't played Elden Ring yet, but I've heard lots of great things, and actually saw a bit of that in her talk, and it was really great. Who else is in that image? Bear with me as I screw my eyes up. Sinem Goroku, who did some really interesting work on gamifying interaction. I'm struggling to remember the research exactly, but it was a really interesting project in kind of building empathy and learning how people interact with one another and utilizing games and AI technology. Who else? Dr. James Wooten, who is a quantum computing expert, who was talking about how you can use quantum computing in like procedural generation and stuff. Totally wild, completely outside my skill set. I don't really do quantum computing, but I was like, this is cool. Who else is in that photo? Lisa Kasakina, who works in QA over at Jagex, was talking a lot about the challenges of doing quality assurance and quality verification and validation, even now to this day in the game that they make, which is completely fell out of my brain right at the point that I really need to remember it. Someone in the chat will remember. What's that MMO that Jagex make? And yeah, right at the end, it's Mike Cook. Which, funnily enough, I think that was the first time I'd seen Mike Cook in person since Dagstuhl 6 months prior. Despite the fact that we both live in London. But there you go. That's the plight of living in London. What else have we not covered in that photo? The far left, that's me at Console 2024. That was like the week after KCL Next Level, if I remember right. That's me in Bergen in Norway. Which was also a very stressful one to do because it was right before the AI in Games conference. So we were trying to get the conference together. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Okay. So the conference, we're literally trying to get everything together at the last minute. We weren't trying to get it together at the last minute, but it was just RuneScape. Thank you, Ken. God. And Carl, both of you said RuneScape at the same time. I always forget what that game's called, even though I'm like, that fucking MMO. Anyway, so yeah, we went over to Bergen, and we're at Console, and I spoke on the second day and the Friday afternoon. I was one of the last speakers on the Friday, which was an interesting thing because, like, a little bit of insight. I go to a lot of events as the AI guy. The AI guy is not popular right now for obvious reasons. And so every time I meet people, their natural instinct, if they don't work in AI already and don't know who I am. And also on that note, Paul Treffel, who's one of our community, who's been one of the long-standing supporters in the Discord server, he's been a long-standing patron of AI in Games, lives in Bergen. And so he was like, oh my God, you're coming to my town, I need to meet you. So he made sure he came down and we had a great hangout on the Friday. It was so nice to spend time with him. Lovely human being. So it was so nice to actually meet like one of the longest like standing fans of AI in Games, and we had a really nice time hanging out with him. He's a lovely dude. Yeah, so like I say, if you don't know who I am and you don't know the work that I do, but you know I'm the guy who's the AI guy coming to talk at the event, everyone's immediately on the defensive because then they think, oh, he's going to be some hype merchant piece of shit. So every conversation I have tends to be a bit of a challenge. The other challenge I had was we were literally trying to get stuff signed and finalized, and there was a bunch of like last minute stuff with vendors that all needed approval. Now, I control all the finances for the conference, even though it's run, AI in Games, my company doesn't run the AI in Games conference. We run it through a non-profit, and then we deliberately constructed it this way so I don't have complete control over it. So I do what the board tells me to do, but I am not in complete control because the board of the conference is 5 people. But because I'm one of the managing directors, I control all the finances. So, I'm getting calls going, this vendor needs paid, this vendor needs paid, this vendor needs paid. So I'm literally like scrambling about 45 minutes before the talk. I'm literally in a corner on my laptop trying to make sure that our venue gets all the money paid and making sure all the finances are going through the way that we envisaged. And that was a bit of a headache, but we got there in the end. Speaking of the console talk, I am a big fan of console. So console, like I said, you got Develop, which is the GDC of the UK, and then you have Nexus, which is the GDC of Ireland. Then you have console, that's the GDC of Norway. I have been a big fan of console for many years because the production value on their talks is exceptional. And so when they invited me, on that note, shout out to Satish Shirawak, I think who's still at Teesside University, who invited me to be one of the speakers, who reached out and asked me to be one of the speakers. I really put a lot of effort into that talk. And it was interesting because I think the talk will be, they streamed it at the time, and I think they cleaned them up and then they put them out publicly. Again, I put a lot of thought into that talk because it was sort of like the base anxiety that I'm feeling in the audience a lot of the time, and also the frustration that I'm feeling. And I just thought, I'm going to turn that into a talk. And it was a very structured 45-minute rant with takeaways. And I really thought long and hard about that talk. It's probably the talk I'm most proud of this year. It actually still fell apart slightly towards the end. I fumbled over little bits of it, but I'm proud of the fact that I came out and took a stance and was just like, most of this stuff is nonsense and it's not going to work. And also, here's all the stuff that's really good that you don't hear about because all the hype is drowning it out. And I got a really good reception off the back of that talk, which actually led to another thing, which we'll get to in a second. But I want to give a shout out to Sylvia Doer, who's the lead coordinator at Console. She's lovely. Her whole team, like Marta as well, on the production side, they're great. Really nice to hang out with them. It was interesting because Sylvia and I were sitting next to each other at dinner the night I got there, and she was like, "You're running a conference in a few weeks. Like, I want to hear all about it." Equally, she's been lead coordinator of this for like a decade or whatever, or several years at this point. I don't think a decade. The event's been running for a decade. I think she's been lead coordinator now for like 4 years or something. And I'm like, I'm taking notes the whole time I'm there. If we can run something half as good as this, we're killing it. Because I genuinely think it's one of the best put together events I've ever been to. And as a speaker, I don't think I've been as well taken care of at a conference as I was at Console. Like, they covered our flights, they booked our flights, they booked our accommodation, they picked us up at the airport, they took us there, they let us know every day, here's where places you can hang out, here's a VIP area or like a green room for the speakers to chill in. Here's the things that we would ask you to do, but here's the things that you can also just do if you want. They took us to dinner several times. Here's when you can do your tech check for your talk. Really, you can tell this is an event that's been running for a while and they've got it down pat. Like, it was just so well put together. Like, I never felt I don't know what's going on. I always felt informed the whole time I was in Norway. And it was a great trip. Also on that note, I want to give a shout out to, there was a bunch of other folk that were there, but it was great to hang out with Des Gale. Des, I fucking love Des. He works in business development side of games. One of the hardest working people in games. Like, I absolutely love Des. I don't get to see Des. I often see Des at an event and it's like, how you doing? He's like, how you doing? I'm like, did you find the money? He's like, I'm working on it. And then that's the last time I see Des until about 2 a.m. we bump into each other in a bar. But that was the first time in a little while he and I had a chance to properly hang out. And yeah, he's good people. I got a lot of time from. Also, a shout out to Gina Jackson, who's runs Skillify, I believe. Gina does a whole bunch of consultancy stuff, but like Gina, I actually only got to meet for the first time this year. And then we were at the same event, I think like 4 events almost like three or four events in a row, where she was on a panel and I'm giving a talk. And she's like, you're giving a talk again? I'm like, yeah. And she goes, is that about AI? I'm like, well, what the fuck else is it going to be? And she was like, oh, you're using that slide again. I'm like, don't. Like, the idea is that you don't follow me to all the different talks and see that I reuse my slides. Pitchify, that's it. Thank you. This. She's at Pitchify. She helps run Pitchify. So, and I said, you're not supposed to know, because you're not supposed to follow me from one event to the other. You're not supposed to see that I reuse the slide. She goes, however, to your credit, she goes, I've seen you use the same deck or bits of a deck at different talks, and every time you deliver a different point. Yeah, I think LB, I think you would actually love Console because it's big but it's small. Like, it's got a big size to it, but it's also small enough that it's still quite intimate, and you can spend most of the day just hanging out and chatting with devs. I think you like it. Yes, and Oscar Stolberg's talk from 2021 is a really good one. In fact, I used bits of that in the episode about Townscaper. So yeah, huge thanks to Sylvia, Marta, and the rest of the team over at Console. It was a pleasure to be there, and I've already said to them, like, how soon can I come back? And they were like, well, you can just come if you want. I'm like, no, invite me back. Like, this has been such a great experience. Well, maybe I should actually just turn up and not try and blag a freebie. But yeah, fantastic conference. Of course, there's then the AI and Games conference right in the middle. We'll come back to that in a minute, but yeah, that's us at the end. That's the, remember I said the board of AI, of Game AI, of Game AI Events, which is the non-profit that runs the conference. That's the board. So from left to right, Matthias Siemensmeyer, who's the head of AI at Splash Damage, yours truly, Dugu Chakmak, who we've already seen already, Gabriel Robert, who is a AI engineer and research scientist at Ubisoft's La Forge, and Alan Zacconi, who was in the chat earlier, who's the director of game studies over at Goldsmiths University, which was our venue. We'll talk about the conference in a minute, but we fucking did it. Like, that was amazing. Right, so the last photo on this was literally taken a couple of days ago, and that's the one immediately there, right next to me. That is me at Game Developers Session, which is a 2-day event in Prague in the Czech Republic. That is the GDC of the Czech Republic, and that was wild. So actually, speaking of, again, giving talks and the impact that has, I gave the talk at Console, and one of the folks that was there, who was helping run a workshop, was Vlad Miku, who is one of the ambassadors for both GIC in Poland, but also GDS. And we were at the dinner for all the speakers afterwards at the end of the last day, and Vlad comes over and was like, what's the odds I can get you to come and give that talk again in Prague, like in about a month's time, like 6 weeks time? And I was like, okay. I'd never met this guy, and I was like, this is coming on strong. But we had a nice conversation afterwards, and I'm like, okay, well, he's like, I wanted to get your thoughts on it. And the thing I said to him was, well, I'm not going to give you the same talk again, because that's cheating. Like, I'll probably use a bunch of stuff from a previous talk, but I'm not going to give you the same talk a second time. I'll do a different talk and build on it. And it was funny chatting with Vlad. So I literally got back from Prague on Monday, and we were out having lunch on Sunday, and he's like, that was the moment I knew that you were the right guy to invite to this event, because I literally offered you the opportunity to come over here. We'd pay your expenses to come to Prague to give the same talk. You wouldn't have to make any prep, and your first instinct was, I'm not giving you the same talk. And I'm like, well, of course I wouldn't give you that, because that's just being a shitty person. So I made a new talk, which admittedly, and this is a general rule of thumb of mine, 40 to 60% of any talk I give is based on bits of other talks, because it makes it easier for me to make talks faster. But also I always make sure that every talk has something new in it, because that's how you make more talks, because the message that I'm building is evolving. That's how the console talk worked, because the console talk was actually everything that I've talked about from London Developer Conference, through the AI and Games Summer School, through Develop, through Next Level, through all these events that I'd been doing throughout the year. It was the summation of everything I'd been talking about that year. So funnily enough, I'd originally thought Console was going to be the last talk I give. And I thought, that's a good end talk for the year. And then, oh shit, I need to do another one. So it's the encore, I guess, was GDS Prague. They also recorded it. It'll be online at some point. But yeah, I want to give a shout out. Actually, I had a really good time hanging out again with the speakers at GDS. It was fucking freezing over there, but it was really good fun. Also, first of all, like Sahi Lieberman gave a really good talk on AI and misinformation, which I thought was really well put together. I had a really good time hanging out with, so actually both Ilya Volis, who is a narrative designer, script designer at, scripting designer, I believe, at Larian on Baldur's Gate, and John Schaefer, who's worked on a bunch of stuff as a procedural designer and developer, like notably on like Civilization and stuff. And they gave a panel. It was really good fun. I enjoyed hanging out with both of them outside of that. They were really good fun. Maria Burns Ortiz, who's the new director of the Global Game Jam, I got hanging out with her quite a bit on the Sunday. She was great chat. Also just learning a lot about the challenges of running the Global Game Jam, both like on a logistics level and on a financial level. really interesting. Like, you know, the Global Game Jam's one of those things that exists, and I've never really thought about the business realities of it. And then chatting with her, learned a lot very quickly. Like, it was kind of a wild story. What else? Who else was there? Joanna Pirker from TU Graz. Joanna and I have known each other for like a decade, and we literally only met twice this year. We met at Dagstuhl, and we hung out a little bit, but we hung out a lot more at GDS last weekend, and it was really nice to properly spend time with her. Sadly, her talk was before mine, and I had to go and prep mine in advance of hers. She gave a really good talk on, I believe it was a really good talk, I'm going to assume it was, on Twitch for game developers, and so I really need to go and check that out sometime, because Joanna's fantastic. I got a lot of time for her. Who else did I talk to when I was there? Glenn Schofield, who was the keynote speaker. Glenn, you might know as one of the creatives behind Dead Space, was the studio director for Sledgehammer Games, and then worked on Call of Duty Advanced Warfare and Call of Duty World War II. Most recently led his, I forget the name of the studio, and they did the Callisto Protocol. He gave a whole talk on like ideation and creativity. I enjoyed it. It was pretty mental. And it was also very interesting. I had a chat with him and his wife over lunch about how he's kind of all in on generative AI. But one of the things that I thought was really interesting is this is a guy who is very artistically talented. He started out as an artist, an animator, who then ended up being a studio director and working on and shipping all these big AAA projects. And like his talk was all about how a lot of the ideas that he's came up with in his games often come from like weird places of inspiration, and like how those things emerge, and like how you can use that as part of your own creative process. And I thought that's really interesting. And then at the end, he's like, AI is I think he had like 10 points, and the 10th point was AI. And he's like, look, you know, I appreciate the kind of the situation with it, but like to him, it was just another notch on his utility belt. And I thought, as much as there's a danger there, I thought it was interesting to see someone who has that much experience in the games industry, who's shipped that many games, be able to turn around and go, oh yeah, it's a tool. But it doesn't replace the other 9 things in his skill set. It just bootstraps them, or allows him to do something in that skill set a little bit faster. So he's very into generative AI stuff. So we had a couple of long conversations about it, but it was very interesting hearing his take on it. And also it was like, I think it's interesting because also as a studio director, there's then, right, if you want nightmarish body horror stuff, Gen AI can inspire. His business card, actually, I need to find it before I log off. He gave me his business card, because my business card's really small. His business cards are pieces of art that he's done, and it's all monsters and stuff. And fuck me, that guy can draw. I say that as somebody, but yeah, like he says he uses it as inspiration to help him with his own creativity. And he was showing me a bunch of stuff in his portfolio where like he was looking at generative AI stuff and then using that to help him in his creative workflow and stuff. But yeah, it was kind of interesting chatting with him. And like the thing that I took away from it was that's the situation where someone who's been in this industry for a long time, who has an artistic ability, can use it to help them, rather than a junior who ends up just using it all the time, or a student who thinks that's the way forward. And so I think, you know, naturally it's an element of balance, and you know, that's for him to figure out. But I kind of respected the fact that he was like, it's a tool, but it doesn't replace everything else that I already do. And also seeing a lot of his artwork, like, yeah, this guy's a very talented artist in his own right. So that was interesting. But yeah. Yes, also we'll if the Prague talk comes online, I'll share it. Today my director asked how we can reuse our in-house slides to speed up other in-house meetings. Reusing slides is fine. Yeah. I don't, like I said, like every talk, a good chunk of the slides are reused. And in fact, that's why the diagram exists, because I wanted to be able to, you know, find ways to bootstrap messages that I need to get across. They'll be saying that's it. QnA might be useful for senior plus people, and it's devastating before. Actually, one of the things that it came up at that lunch chat was the discussion. I can't remember if it was Glenn that said it. It's like, oh, like generative AI shouldn't be given to anybody below like who's a junior or lower. Like students, juniors should not be allowed to use it. Like Ken says, with guidance, I think with guidance is appropriate. Rather than letting it drive them, it becomes a tool that helps them with some aspect of their workflow. Like, it was funny because I kind of equated it to the, like when I teach, I still to this day, if I go into a university class tomorrow and I started teaching programming to a bunch of people who've never written a line of code, I don't let them use an IDE straight away. I make them write it in like Notepad++ or some similar tool, and then make them compile it on the command prompt. Like when I teach C#, C++, I make you do it on the developer command prompt, because I refuse to let you near an IDE until you understand what's happening, and then I let you get an IDE. Because that happened to me when I was a student. Like I didn't get any IDE until like year 2 or 3 of university, and then just being like, what the fuck is this? This is the best thing. Anyway, so yeah, that also the other person I was going to say, I think I've mentioned almost everybody. Two more. Rachel Quirk. Rachel was at Larian as a writer, has now left and is now being an author in her own right, and also as a narrative consultant in games. In much the same way that I think Elaine and I have become very good pals in a very short period of time. Scottish people and Irish people meeting in the games industry, and we go, fucking A, how we doing? So Rachel, I met her. I was on Thursday night. I arrived in Prague last week, and so this time last week I was at there was a VIP party followed, which was then opening up to a lot of other attendees of the event. It was like the pre-party before the actual conference started, but speakers and sponsors were invited to it. So I turn up at this party, and I get chatting with a bunch of Vlad's there, Joanna's there, and in fact, one of the other people I end up speaking to is Kate Edwards, who I'll mention right after this. And then I'm sitting next to Rachel, and she's just like, Scottish? I'm like, Irish? She's like, yeah, and that's it. Immediately firm friends. And we solved half the world's problems over a few drinks that night. And then subsequently we just chatted the whole weekend. Fucking lovely human being. Whether I even see her again, I don't know. It's one of those things where she was actually there with Ilya from Larian. So it's like, hey, if I see you again, I see you again. If I don't, but fucking amazing. Wonderful human being. The last person I want to mention from that trip was Kate Edwards. So Kate is actually someone who I've known of for many years. Kate was also presenting at a workshop with Vlad at Console, and I didn't really get a chance to engage with her there. If you don't know Kate Edwards, she's like an absolute fucking legend in the industry. And so it was nice to hang out with her, particularly on Sunday just last week. We hung out quite a bit wandering through the streets of Prague, and I kind of pestered her and asked her a bunch of questions about her career and how she maintains her creative aspirations and stuff. And someone who I have a tremendous amount of respect for, and so I really, really appreciate spending time with her at the weekend, because fucking machine. So right, if you don't know who Kate Edwards is, like she works as a like kind of culture consultant on games. She's worked on like over 200 games. She's the person that comes in to help you make sure that the cultural messages of your game, and you're not accidentally causing cultural misappropriation, that she will help ensure that if you're doing cultural representations, that they are authentic and that they're accurate. So in fact, like I say, she's worked on over 200 games. The most recent was Indiana Jones that just came out. She worked with Machine Games on that for a time. And so one of the things that herself and her team that she works with is, a studio is working on a game. Can we make sure that we don't inadvertently shoot ourselves in the foot, often through accidental things that occur because of things just coming together in creative spaces, and you don't realize that you actually could be upsetting a particular corner of the industry or corner of the world because of the way that your game is designed, and you don't even realize it. And like she was telling us how like, you know, her job really emerged in the 1990s. She worked at Microsoft, and like helping with like the Microsoft encyclopedias, because they had editions of it where perhaps the messaging around a particular topic was rubbing people the wrong way. And the first game that she worked on was Age of Empires, because there's a mission in Age of Empires which, if you are Japanese or if you are South Korean, the perspective on how this particular conflict occurred, they disagree. The history books in those two countries, well, actually, the history books in the rest of the world and then Korea disagree. And so subsequently, this actually caused like a massive incident for Microsoft in South Korea in the late 90s, to the point that the government was thinking of like intervening and shutting down Microsoft in the country. And so she was part of the team that kind of mitigated that. And like she's worked on a whole bunch of stuff, but the story that I've always heard about her and her work, I heard about this years ago, is Halo 2. And she mentioned it in the talk. So like critically, the Arbiter, who, if you don't remember, is the elite soldier from the first game, who's like the commanding officer of the Covenant in the first game. You don't actually meet him, I don't think, in the first game. But then the prophets of the prophets, who are the three leaders of the Covenant, decide to strip him of his title, and they make him an Arbiter. So he becomes like this member of like a team of soldiers whose job it is to be sent on pretty much suicide missions by the prophets. And then if you remember the plot of the Halo games, he eventually discovers what's going on with the Halo rings and everything else, and he decides to band against them, and then he works with Master Chief in the third game. So the reason that this was a huge deal, that it nearly caused all these ruptions, and the story goes that the character is called the Arbiter, but that wasn't the character's original name. The character was originally called I need to have to look this up. Yes, Dervish. So now Dervish is a term in Islam that can broadly refer to someone who is of a kind of a fraternity who has some sort of material poverty. And it was the idea that they become this kind of clan of individuals who then fight under the names of the Prophet. Now, the thing about the Covenant, now remember, the plot of Halo is that the Covenant believe that detonating the Halo rings and destroying all life in the universe will allow them to transcend to the next plane of existence and get closer to their gods. And the Covenant is a collection of different alien races that are led by three prophets. I forget what all the three prophets are called, but critically, one of them is called the Prophet of Truth. Now, in the context of the Halo games, you don't think that's a big deal. Prophet of Truth is also a term used to refer to the Prophet Muhammad in Islam. So, red flag. But critically, as she pointed out, at the time, three prophets, sci-fi setting, one of them just so happens to have the same nomenclature potentially used for the Prophet Muhammad. It's not a huge thing. But then they decide that this nomadic warrior is going to be referred to as dervish. Again, an Islamic term. But also, this is a game about a super soldier in the UNSC, which sure is the Earth-based, it's the United Nations Space Command, but John 117 has an American accent. So it's an American super soldier fighting against a religious enclave led by the Prophet of Truth, with the agent being Dervish to activate the Halo rings to then move into the next age and move closer towards their Messiah. The red flags all go off going, oh my god, this reads like a post 9/11 sci-fi revenge plot. Shit. And like raised this with Bungie, who were going, nah, like I think you're overreading this. But then she went out and like reached out to her connections across Microsoft, who had either connections to Islam or were more familiar with the politics of that region of the world, and they all were like, fuck no, you can't release that. Like we're gonna basically start God knows what kind of... You want to talk about culture war? Microsoft is going to start a culture war with the Middle East. We can't let this happen. And so literally, as she did more than once in her job, walks into Bill Gates' office and goes, this cannot pass. We can't let this happen. And so I remember hearing this story years ago, but hearing her tell it in the room was really interesting. And she talked a lot about, again, really great talk to go and watch about. I wonder actually whether Solid Reactor is similar to the one she gave it. I don't think it was. I did ask her if it was similar to the one she gave at Console because I didn't see it. But she talked about allegorical distance between if you're doing real world or fictional world, and then like the complications that come up when your game is very close to the real world. Funnily enough, she has consulted on Grand Theft Auto, but also what happens when you have a fantasy world where you're more prone to using stereotypes, or like she worked on Jade Empire years ago, and how actually a lot of the art originally was stealing different Asian cultural elements and putting them into the one thing. And then she's pointing out you can't do that because audiences from those cultures will get really annoyed that you're mashing those things together. And so then it's like create biomes that are evocative of specific cultures but not directly lifting from them. So like I thought it was really, really interesting, and I asked her a question at the afterwards, like about the challenges of then, you know, if you think about Grand Theft Auto, I said Grand Theft Auto has this very close allegorical distance to the real world, because it's based on the real world, but it's also satire. You know, like GTA, people forget, is a Scottish, but British game studios satirical take on American culture. And then I was like, what about also you've got things like Bridgerton on Netflix, which has this aspirational take on a period of British culture, because, you know, it's colorblind casting and it kind of glosses over some of the more dirty, ugly realities of that particular area of like upper class courtship, and like it kind of glosses over this in a very nice kind of aspirational way. And so she gave a really interesting answer about you know, it's all about the narrative truth to it and ensuring that the message is consistent. And like that's one of those things where you work with them at the writing phase, and then everything kind of comes out from that, because provided the writing maintains consistency and like the message is consistent, then you can build the world around it. And yeah, I thought that was really interesting. But yeah, that was one of those Disney Milk Machine. Jesus, that's a name. Do you have a video on GTA AI or open world AI in general? I don't think I've covered stuff like Far Cry over the years, but not GTA. I've never done GTA's AI because I've never actually figured it out. One day. So yeah, I spent far too long on this slide. I didn't expect to be here this long, but what a fucking year. Like, I actually forgot all of this happened this year. It's been an absolutely insane year, and I'm really grateful for the year that I've had. So yeah, back when Macaroni Man, I forget the full name of your account, but when you were asking about, hey, what does he actually do? This has been a huge amount of my year, just going out and engaging across the industry, and it's been so much fun. No, Ken, I don't think people are going to read that the way that it's you may have thought. Oh, hey, somebody bought a t-shirt. When did I buy that? Oh, right. I was like, thank you for your Nintendo eShop purchase. I didn't do that. No, I forgot. I bought Dynasty Warriors 8 yesterday as one of my games to play over the break. What else? Right, back to these slides, because we still have quite a few slides to go. I mean, AI and Games Conference. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. Oh my god, I still pinch myself. I still look at these photos and I go, oh my god, I forgot. Like, it feels like a fever dream sometimes that we did this. This was a stupid idea that all emerged. Originally, go back a little bit. Alan and I were talking about putting together a small thing at Goldsmiths, just something for the students originally. Meanwhile, Dugu and I have been talking about, there's critically also Dugu and I, our origin story as friends was one of the reasons she got her job at Creative Assembly was she went to Nuclei, and one of the reasons she found out about Nuclei was because I was sharing it on Twitter years ago, and also I was one of the organizers at Nuclei, and so she's like, you know, my step in the games industry, transitioning from Turkey to the UK, was all because of that conference. And like we've been talking for years, like, do we need to do something, like something needs to be done. And I'll admit, I've had people asking me for years to put an event together, and I have resisted it because I thought, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I'll be honest. I didn't want to do it. And I thought, oh, my opinion has changed in the last couple of years. I have been resistant, but I hit a point earlier this year. I think it was when the Substack kicked off, and I was engaging more with people. And also and then of course I was at GDC, and I'm like, someone needs to do this. And the thing that also, because the way the industry is going, the other thought in my head, and this is a slightly selfish thought, but fuck you, like, this event was really good. I thought, I don't trust anybody else to do it, because someone else is going to pitch an idea to do an AI conference for the games industry in Europe, and God knows what it's going to look like. And Dugu and I had lunch at GDC on the first day, and the two things came up in the conversation. I brought up goal state, and I brought up the conference. Or no, we brought up the idea of an event, and like, what do we do about this? And we're not sure. And actually, a solid reactor, because you were there, you've heard some of this story in the introductory talk that I gave at the. So we're like, I says, I was having a chat with Alan Zacconi. Maybe we have a chat when we get back. I don't know what to do. And then the following day, Matthias Siemensmeyer stops me outside the Moscone, and he's like, we need to put in it's a joke that we don't have something like for us in Europe. We need to do something about it. And I'm like, all right, well, clearly we need to invite him to whatever idea that we're coming up with. Yes, LB, it was not just it should be, it should be me, because I don't think it should be me, but also I'd rather but also I'd rather not be you. Because I recognized also, like, one of the things I've joked about for years with Alex Champagnard. So Alex Champagnard used to run the Nuclei and the Game AI conferences in Europe. We've been joking for years about how I'm slowly filled the gap that he left when he stepped down from running events. And it's like, you know, when we announced this, he's like, you have truly became my successor. And I'm like, I've never wanted to do that, but also I recognized and this actually comes to the naming and the branding of it, which we'll come to in a second. So we've now got myself, Dugu, and Matthias at the event. We're hanging out at GDC. We end up having a conversation with Julian Tegelius, who, you know, prominent AI researcher, helps run the AI and Games Summer School, also a good friend, and get his take on it. And critically, the thing we're saying to him is, we're trying to be the opposite of you, because the summer school is 20% industry, 80% students, and it's for people moving into the industry. We want our event to be 80% industry, 20% students, and be for people who are already in the sector and are wanting to learn and engage with one another. So different strands, different approaches, because we want these two things to exist in parallel and not conflict with one another. Then Dugu's like, we should bring it up at the AI dinner, which runs on the last night at GDC. So we're all at F.E.A.R in the restaurant, and then she's managed to accumulate a group of about 10 to 15 people. She's like, we need to give a speech and pitch them to this idea. I don't want to give the speech. Tommy, can you give the speech? I'm about 4 beers in, and I've not ate enough yet. So I'm like slightly dehydrated, drank too much beer too quickly, and I'm like, fuck it. So I go up and give a speech. And actually the speech started with, it has been 7 years since we have last had an event for AI professionals in the games industry in Europe. We will not let it become 8. And I think that was what Gabrielle came on board, but also like several people who also then worked with us to potentially get talks in, who also then engaged with us to try and get sponsors. Someone is at my door. Bear with me. I think my partner's maybe outside the door. Hang on, be right back. And we're back. It's okay. Yes, they forgot their key. So, also, I can see my front door because I've got one of those webcams put in the front door. Anyway, where was I? So, right. Gave the speech. And then we came back and it's like, oh, let's have a meeting. And then it took us a few months to like, are we really going to do this? What does this thing look like? How do we pitch it? What's the message? And that's when we got George on board. Because I'm like, mate, I need help. Because I don't just want to do this. I don't want to half-ass this. We're going to go all in or nothing. And that was a huge part of it to me was my old man had a saying, you either do something right or you don't do it at all. And so I'm like, that's the philosophy. So we're going to go in, we're going to do the best possible thing we can. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't work out, then we can say we did it and we move on. So then we got a team on board. George helps us. And then critically, we had a lot of conversations about how do we organize it. And that's where the idea of founding the nonprofit came together. Because again, the whole thing of it should be me leading it because I've built enough cachet in the industry that, and this was the gamble, was if I announce something like this, does enough people in the industry go, I'm going to that? But we didn't know going into it. Because also, and then critically, we had a lot of conversations about, well, I shouldn't own it because that leads us into all sorts of hairy territory, which I agree. Like, if I own it, I control it. But, you know, I think that was a big issue for us. Like, so critically, we want something that is going to cater to our interests, that can attract in speakers that also I do not have complete control over, and other people have a say in how it is built. Hence, we founded a nonprofit. Solid Reactor, last year's at the AI Summit, a lot of speakers wanted to talk that got deprioritized or denied. Companies with Gen AI and similar hidden agendas that perhaps not benefit to the games industry. Imagine if they would have been the driving force of this alternative AI conference if you hadn't done yours. Well, that's not true because we have control over the AI Summit, and I turned down so many generative AI talks in the last 2 years. So many of them. We only accepted a couple. And the ones that we did accept, we accepted them because we did think they were interesting. The trick is, don't look at the AI Summit, because we say no to a lot, and we say no to a lot of generative AI stuff. Go and look at all the generative AI stuff that appears in the main track of GDC that is also a sponsored talk. Because there might be an interesting parallel between talks that we said no to and talks that then appeared as sponsored talks in the main part of GDC in the last 2 years. The only last minute generative AI talk that came in at GDC the last 2 years that we accepted was the one by Roblox. And afterwards, we were actually really happy that we did accept it because they had something to show and it was something of meaning. I thought it was interesting. But no, we have accepted a bunch of Gen AI stuff in the last couple of years, but also critically we balance it with AAA game AI. And again, that was something we wanted to be able to say here, was we want a balance to that. All right, so that's what I meant, that we did turn them down. Right, that was the thing I'm worried about, is it just becomes a bunch of sponsored shilling, you know? They make a bunch of money shilling nonsense, and then like it continues to demonize this industry, this corner of the industry, more than it already has been. And good lord, people who work in AI for games have already had a shit enough time the last couple of years as it is. So yeah, like we wanted to maintain the editorial integrity that Dugu and I have, and the rest of the team, like Andreas, Steve, Ahmed, have put together at the AI Summit, and then do it on our own thing. And then when George came on board, he's like, you have to call it the AI and Games Conference, because it makes it, as he explained it, it goes from a 2-click sale to a 1-click sale. Because if we announce the thing and it has like the Game AI Europe 2024, people immediately are going, okay, cool, something for AI for games. Who's running it? What's going on? So they have to click in to then go and have a look at who organizes it, and then they have to look at what's the proposed talks, and then they go, oh, okay, right, they'll all go and maybe look at buying a ticket. So it's now became a 2-click problem. The way that George said it was like, we are massively gambling on the brand of AI in games that you've built on YouTube and on Substack over the last like 6 months, 7 months, but on YouTube over the last decade, that we're going to put this in front of people. And the idea is that as soon as they see that logo there, AI in games conference, and you can tell that we went away, we rebranded it. Like, notice how it's got a slightly different, it's got a more professional vibe to it. And the idea was, as soon as people see that, they should just be like, fuck yes, I'm going to that. And that was exactly the response we got. And I can't speak more highly that actually worked. Ken says, I do have a talk I've given twice about the history of game AI, and it goes all the way up to Gen AI. Pitch it to GDC. Like, we love this stuff. Like, we've actually got a really good talk coming up this year from Yuichiro Miyake-san from Square Enix, talking about the origins of game AI in the Japanese industry. And I've seen him talk before, and the guy's like me, in the sense that he really loves digging into the history of game AI, but he's also like the head of AI at Square. He's also like one of the lead developers and like managers at Square Enix's AI division. Like, Miyake-san is amazing. Anyway, so we'll be opening submissions for next year, but also pitch to GDC. I also did a similar talk at the AI and Games Summer School this year. Anyway, where was I? Right, so then it was like, right, we brand it as such, and this is going to be a huge gamble, a huge marketing exercise if this is going to work or not. And so we tried it, and I still remember, oh god, Develop. So the other thing is Develop. When I gave my talk, the other thing I was doing at Develop was rushing around meeting people to say to them, we're maybe going to run an event later this year. Would you be interested in speaking? So we actively curated more than half the speakers ourselves. We didn't wait for an open call. We did do an open call, but only maybe about 30 to 35% maybe of the talks that are there were from the open call. The rest of them we curated ourselves, because originally we were like, if we just have one track of talks that we ourselves have put together, we'll be happy with it. But if we can then extend it into 2 tracks of talks where we've also got additional stuff, then that would be great. So we start putting all this together. We found the CIC. Actually, I got the email from the UK Charity Commission to tell us that we now have a non-profit. Happened while I was at the summer school. And then I'm like, this is a real thing now. Shit, I now run 2 businesses, because I manage AI and Games company, and then Alan and I co-run Game AI Events CIC, which is a community interest company. So it's a company that's also a non-profit. For all sorts of legal reasons, that was the smartest way to do it. Anyway, so then I spent half of Develop. I met with ARM, I met with Amazon, I met with a whole bunch of folk, a whole bunch of companies who were like, we would love to sponsor this, but it's too late in the year and we've already committed our budget. So subsequently, they'll be getting the sponsor deck in about a month's time. But also, I know, because we've already started writing it. But also, just meeting with people, trying to get enthusiasm for this. And so I remember when, actually, God, who else is in this? I was going to say, some of the speakers who are in this image, we literally got a hold of them when we were getting ready to do this. Anna Poulter-Jones, who's right in the center there, who's talking with her arm out, like that sort of thing. She's right in the center of the image there, black top, long hair, long dark hair. I literally met her for the first time at Develop, and I convinced her to talk at the conference, like when we were having a meeting. And also we were talking about a whole bunch of other stuff. And actually she helped write the, she's also my lawyer now, because she wrote the legal agreement where we sold the rights to, so like I said, it's a non-profit that runs the conference. I sold the branding rights to AI in Games. So all the, the logo and everything else, like all this jazz, I sold the rights to the non-profit under specific regulations for £1. And that was a token of good faith on my end, where it's like, I want this to be branded using my brand, and I'm willing to give my brand away to you for basically free. And critically, it was £1 because that's the minimum amount we could sell it to them. I put £1 into the CIC's business to pay it. So it was a very elaborate way to get £1 of my own money back. But we now have a legally binding contract, which also states how AI in Games must promote the conference, how the conference must respect AI in Games' branding, and the relationship between these two entities, even though I'm on the management board of both. But like, there's additional responsibilities for me because I'm the manager of both. So there's a whole legal back end to all this. But anyway, so we put the whole thing together, then we announced it. The response was really good. And then what happens is everybody sees it and then they go, oh, that's great. And then you wait about 2 weeks before the tickets really start selling, because everybody then puts in a request to their manager to go, hey, can we go to this event? And then the thing was, we were selling the tickets out in chunks. Like, Rebellion bought 8 tickets. Splash Damage sent 10 people. Creative Assembly sent like over 15 people. Like, Rocksteady, I think, had about 8 people there. Like, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people at a studio, it was entire teams of people. Like, I made a joke at one point, like, oh goodness, like, thank goodness nothing bad happened at the event, because like every major game that had AI in it would be delayed by about, a couple of months, because it was kind of wild. What did I buy with the £1? I didn't. So the non-profit that runs the conference bought the branding rights to use the AI in Games logos for £1. So my company sold the rights to the company that runs this conference the ability to call itself the AI in Games conference, because we wanted to have that ability for it to be branded as such. It's critically, if we did it without a legal agreement, that means one company I'm running is breaking the law, and which is awkward given I run the other company that would then sue them. That would cover the lid for his daily coffee. He gets really in isolation. Very good. Circling back. But also, it meant that we then have a specific set of legal obligations, both from my company and from the CIC, on how these two entities relate to one another. What did we spend the money on? Nothing. I don't think. Sorry. Bit my lip slightly. Yeah, so we got all that together, and then the talks that we got submitted to us were really great. And also critically, because the tickets sold so well straight away. And then, of course, when we came out the gate, Amazon, Creative Assembly, and Riot had all agreed to sponsor us. Some of the money came across, not all of it had, but the agreements in principle were there. So we were super happy because we came out the gate, AI in Games conference, we got fucking AWS, we got Creative Assembly, we got Riot Games behind us. Like 3 big names. And then we had a whole heap of talks already lined up. And then, hey, we're going to do an open call for more talks. And the quality of the talks that we got come in, some of them were great, some of them not so much, and that's fine, we rejected them. Same problem we have at GDC. In fact, actually, no, the problem we had was there was so many good talks, we extended the event by an hour. Those of you who were there will know that on the day it ended at like 6 o'clock, back at 6. We were supposed to finish at like 5. We were supposed to be out of there before 5 p.m, but there was so many talks and we kept disagreeing on which ones to accept or reject. We were like, just put them all in. And I just turned around to Alan and said, when do we need to be out the venue by? He's like 7 p.m. I was like, that's fine. We'll run the event till like 6:10, kick everybody out, and then we quickly tear everything up and get out of there. So, and we did that. So yeah, we had this problem of there was too many talks to accept. And coming back to Game AI North, first of all, Phil Dunstan and Richard Kogelnik, who ran Game AI North, were at the event. So huge thank you to them. Also, Richard bought as a gift, as a passing of the torch from one set of organizers to the other, which was very kind of him. But also, like, one of the people, like I said earlier, one of the people that came over to speak to me, David Speck, who was a gameplay programmer who was interested in AI, was going back to grad school to learn about AI right after he went to Game AI North in 2017, is now an AI programmer over at Gorilla, comes and gives one of the two talks that we had on Horizon Forbidden West. And critically, the last time that Gorilla talked about the AI of the Horizon series was at Game AI North. And so we managed to build this like really great like connective tissue between these two events that I was strangely really fucking proud of that, because it just kind of reaffirmed that we're back and we're just under new management. Me and all my friends. And so critically, like I said, when we then got the money come in, that's when we hired Sally Kevin, who you can see next to me on this the image directly below me. That I try to do this is really hard. That way, Sally's there with me, so she was our key like logistics member, and critically, we got her on the cheap because she recognized that it was a small event, that it was starting out for the first time. Now, Sally's a machine. Sally is like a veteran of this. She runs booths at GDC and Gamescom. She's ran events. She runs stuff at TwitchCon and stuff like that. Like Sally's fucking pro, right? And I think she's also, her and George know each other really well. And so George was like, they don't have a huge amount of money, but they've got a lot of heart. And I think that was it. Like I had a meeting with Sally, and first of all, Sally's also a Geordie, so she's from the north of England, kind of Newcastle way. And of course, being a Scotsman, we immediately align. It's just like, all right, it's like I said, like Irish people, Scottish people, but also Geordies, Scots, immediately firm friends. And we were on a call together, and within about 2 minutes, I'm like, she's amazing, I love her. But the thing she said was, the thing I took away straight away from meeting you guys was, you're not in it to make money, you're in it because you want to make it happen. And she goes, as much as I hate you, she said this to me the night before, we were having dinner going over the last minute logistics, and I really appreciated this comment. She goes, the thing I love about you, she goes, there's an authenticity. She goes, I hate saying that word, because she goes, there's an authenticity to this. You're not in it for the money, you're not in it for the fame, you're not in it for all the bullshit. You're in it because you want to make it work and you want to make it good. And I was like, yeah, like I don't give a shit if people know. I said, like, we talk about the YouTube, like for years nobody knew what I looked like. I don't give a shit if you knew who I am. I recognize that that's not really how a parasocial dynamic works in social media and on content creation, but if you never knew who I was, I wouldn't be upset about it, because it's not the goal of what I'm trying to do. And so equally, it's the same thing. It's like, I just want to make sure this is good, and it stays true to the brand of what AI in games has become. And also critically, because I'm working with so many really amazing people, I don't want to let them down. And that was something for me, was like, when I realized that it was now the AI in Games conference, I need to step up, because now it's not just, it's a team of us being led by me, and we need to make sure this works, because if we don't make this work, what's the thing that comes after it? Again, it comes back to who else is going to do this? And if me and my team can't do it, who will? Who can? And I think that was a kind of critical question. And so I'm very grateful to Sally, because she was just like, no, you guys are great. You're all great. You're just lovely people. And so we got her at a discount, and frankly, it was criminal. So yeah, next year, one of the first things I said was, we're paying you proper rate next year. And she goes, oh yeah, like you're paying me, well, mate's rate still, but it was, you're paying me proper rate because you got the first one out, but also critically, I said to her, like literally the end of the day, and I'm like, job is yours for next year. And she's like, I'm not leaving. She goes, you guys are great. And I was critically like, you can't leave. We love you. It was so nice to bring to not just having the team that came together, all of whom kind of know each other already to some degree, and critically everyone has 100%, like we're not in it for the money. Critically, I will say full disclosure, I got paid to do some of the organization, because critically in September, October, November, this was almost a full-time job for me, was just getting this done. So I turned down a lot of work just to run this, and so I got paid a little bit, but not a huge amount, to run this. Like if I'd actually billed them how much I typically bill for the services that I do, I would have, I think I maybe took a third of the money that I could have, but I'm like, no, just give me enough to pay my bills, and then let me get on with running this damn thing. So, but fortunately, that's one of the best things about it is we turned a profit. Not a huge amount, but we turned a profit. And the first thing that we've done is we've reinvested it back in because we need to start building next year. So already I turned to Sally and turned to George, and I went, the money is here, get started. We need a venue, and we need to figure out budget. And so we can figure out what our sponsorship is, because we're going to push hard and get more sponsors in next year to help us offset our costs. So, but critically, the talks were fantastic. I genuinely couldn't be prouder of, and like I said earlier, it's like a fever dream. I look at these photos and go, shit, we actually did this. I had a little, two things. One, I actually sent a message to my partner after everyone had left, and I was in the middle of doing teardown in the main hall, and I actually broke down in tears, because for the first time, because the whole day I'd just been like, go, 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 go. And I just had a moment of just like, we actually did it, and it didn't blow up in our face, and people seem to really enjoy it. And also our post-event surveys, people really enjoyed this event, and now the feedback is, do it bigger. And I'm like, oh god, right, okay. But I had a little moment of just like, shit, we did it. And then I remember we went to the after party at the hotel, and we're in the bar area, and I turned, I think it was to Dugu, and I kind of just nudged her, and I was like, we fucking did it. She's like, we fucking did it. And we went a hug. And so, and then I said to her, you know, the trick now is we need to do it all over again. She was like, yeah. Oh no, yeah. It's brilliant. So we won't commit to anything. Will next year be perhaps a 2 days or more event? Is that a possibility? We are running on the expectation that it is a 2-day plus event next year. The idea is to grow it, but sensibly. Actually, the O2 wasn't that far away from where we ran it, Carl. I don't think we could run it in the O2 though. But one of the things we want to do is we want to grow sensibly. Like, we could go all out, but we've all kind of agreed. Like, one of the things that really worked was the mood and vibe on the day was really nice, and growing too quickly runs risk of losing the vibe. So we want to look at how do we scale this up next year in a way that is sensible, but retains the community vibe that was there on the day. No further declarations at this point. Nothing is set in stone, but I've already got Sally and George working on it, and we will probably not. Well, the videos will come out. I'll talk about that in a moment. The videos will be coming out starting next month, but we will probably be starting making official declarations as to what's happening with the event in the spring, probably post GDC. We're going to announce it way earlier this year, because it's also maybe going to come forward a month. We're probably going to, I think we're probably going to run about October. Again, not committing to anything 100%, but the idea is we bring it slightly earlier, and like not too early, because we thought November was a bit late. We think October might be good. September's bad because it's too close to Gamescom, and then have it as a nice, we want it to be like sort of March is GDC, June, July is the AI and Games Summer School, October-ish is the AI and Games Conference, and it becomes this nice, like, 3 events that all complement each other really well. That's the goal. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say on that at this time. What else? Oh yeah, we fucking funded a fucking Kickstarter. Jesus. Yeah, Goal State was always actually the original plan for this year, was to run Goal State. To the point you'll have noticed, I announced Goal State in May. When I announced Goal State, the conference wasn't a thing. It was an idea. And then subsequently, some of you, the more savvy, will have noticed I initially announced the Kickstarter was going to run in Q3 of this year. And then it got pushed back because we realized there was now a branding messaging problem of I can't be pushing people to buy tickets for a conference and try and run a Kickstarter at the same time. And so we realized the only way to do this is to move. I had a lot of conversations about this with George, and it was like the way that this still works was we need to move you need to move the Kickstarter to after the conference ends, to the point that I then launched the Kickstarter 1 week after the conference ended, which means that the last 8 weeks of my life have been absolutely insane, and I struggle to remember where and when anything is. Like, I've been living, like, I joked about it, like the fever dream, and then I see the photographs, but that's because I've genuinely been living in a fever dream for the last like 2 to 3 months. It's been insane. But yeah, like, Goal State has been in the works for about 2 years. It's an idea I've been wanting to do for a very long time. Ever since I left King's King's College London, I was like, online courses, this is the way to go. And critically, I was gradually moving towards it because I've been doing more professional training, and I'm like, well, I like to teach. Let's get back to that. And also critically address the gap that exists with AI in games, is that, like, there's a whole bunch of people that watch the YouTube videos and go, man, I would love to hear more tutorials or deeper dives into this content. But the way I want to do it at the level of quality that AI in games is. And so as a result, I spoke with some companies to try and get that off the ground, and it, like, whether they'd be interested in financing it, and it was a very stickily question, and it never really got very far. And hot dog, somebody's actually backed it while I've been on here doing this. So yeah, like, we got it funded, and I was genuinely like, oh god, this is scary. Like, can we even do this? And critically, I will say that within less than I think it was 3 and a bit days, we broke £25,000, which was the initial funding target. We closed on Sunday at 150% funded at about £38,000. We've actually went up since, because late pledges are active. I mentioned this earlier. You can still pledge to this right now, and we unlocked some of the stretch goals right here. We got the Unity and Unreal tutorials funded, the source code deep dive on Doom, as well as Quake, and a dedicated episode of AI in Games on Quake 3 Arena are all unlocked. The next thing actually is that we've got Quake 3 Arena is 15 backers away. If 15 people donate £1 to it, I will do the Half-Life deep dive. I'm committing to these stretch goals if people continue to support it. And the late pledges are going to stay active for a little while. I'm not shutting it down just yet. Yes, all in one go is the plan, that we release all the content when it's done, because I don't want to do this piecemeal. And that's actually one of the reasons I did it as a Kickstarter, because if I released it as and when I went, as you've seen with the rest of my content creation, if I can't guarantee that this is bringing in revenue, this is really difficult. So instead, we're funding the production of the whole thing in one go, and then I just go and do it. The source code, yeah, so all of it will come out in one chunk. And of course, critically, it will come out for course backers. And then, of course, the additional stuff, the source code deep dives and everything, they'll go live on YouTube as well, though they'll probably be staggered slightly because I won't release them all in the one day. But anyway, that's the plan. I don't really have much else to say. I've kind of really talked about Goal State a lot in the last few weeks, but critically, just again, thank you so much to everybody who has supported Goal State. This was such a scary thing to do. I was really, again, like, it's funny because I talk to people and then they're like, oh yeah, that's totally going to work. I'm going to run a conference. Oh, that's totally going to work. I'm going to run a Kickstarter. Oh, that's totally going to work. And I'm like, I really wish whatever enthusiasm that these people have, I could bottle it and keep it for myself. Because for me, it was a very scary proposition. And originally, I was actually going to run it last year, and then just work and a few other obligations. Just I wasn't ready to do it, and I still didn't think I was ready now. And I still spent months preparing it and trying to prepare the message and trying to prepare the marketing and trying to figure out how to sell it and what the tiers are and everything else. I'm hugely, I mean, I'm the fact that we did this and we got the conference done, the Goal State got funded, like, I'm just, it's been a huge weight off my back, but also like, genuinely like, I can't, this year couldn't end any better. And then I signed 2 bits of work, so actually, yeah, I guess it did kind of end a bit better. But I mean, I'm just kind of speechless at this point. I'm just like, holy shit, we actually did it. And it feels, now I need to make good. Now I need to make sure this stuff gets done, that this stuff ships, and this stuff's good. Because I feel like this is, if we can turn that, this is us truly kind of, I think AI in games is now truly evolving into its next epoch, as it were. Like the next, like as I said earlier in the year, like kind of Goal State is kind of helping become the next 10 years of AI in games, but also the conference is also the next 10 years of AI in games. And so like, if you watch the conference video I put out, you'll notice that the end card focused on 4 things. I changed the end card where I usually advertise different things that I do. I advertised the channel, I advertised the Substack, I advertised Goal State, and I advertised the conference. Because going forward, to me, that is the future of AI in games. It's these 4 axes. One of them that is YouTube, one of them that is the other content creation on Substack, which also has an audience, but also the products of AI in games, which is the conference, which is technically not a product of AI in games, it's a sister entity, but then also Goal State, which is an actual product of AI in games that we will sell. And critically, if those things continue to do well, like my goal is really that Goal State hopefully does successfully enough this, well, Game AI 101, this course, that ideally we can then go and start making the next one and the next one and the next one. And so then really AI in games just becomes this ongoing content creation thing, which also we do a bit of, like trying to wrestle more of the revenue of the company away from doing external work and more from building internal products. That's kind of a long-term thing I'm thinking about, but this is the mechanism that helps us get there. And so I, more than anything, I mean, I won't get into the, I'll actually be reaching out to backers starting next month. I'm taking a few weeks because I need a break, but I appreciate the faith between this and the conference. Like I really appreciate the faith placed in myself and the people that work with me. And it is more than anything, I want to make sure that your faith is rewarded. And so I'm looking forward to really getting started on this, because this has been something of a dream project for a little while. And again, holy shit, we're actually doing it. Go to Goal State on Kickstarter. You can still pledge late. We're 15 backers away. Actually, if people continue to back it, even if it's for like £1 or whatever, and we hit the Half-Life target, I will readjust those backer goals to put F.E.A.R and Diablo from being a finance target to a backer target. I will do it, because if people continue to back this, because actually critically, like I said, we've gained 3% funding since it closed, and another, what is it? Yeah, we've had about another close, like over nearly 10 backers since it ended. Like people are still throwing money behind it. And so if people continue to do that, then we will find more content to put in it. So yeah. Whee! All right. I realize that we have been, how long have I been streaming now? Oh my God, 3.5 hours. This is definitely the longest wrapped that I've done, but also because I had more stuff to talk about. Game of the Year. I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time talking about Game of the Year here. And critically, this is also games that I have played, not games that came out in 2024. The reason I'm not going to do that is because I already talked about it over in the AI in Games Substack. So the AI in Games, the final 5 of my top 10 were on Substack this week. So if you've been reading the newsletter for the last few weeks, you'll have already seen what my top 10 of the year is, but I'll quickly go through them. Number 10, Still Wakes the Deep by the Chinese Room. Interesting, fun, first-person horror. Is there a cutoff for the late pledges? At the moment, the late pledges will run until I turn them off. I don't believe that there is a deadline at the moment. I'm just going to keep them running in perpetuity. Eventually, I will set a cutoff date. But when I do, I'll announce it closer to the time. But at the moment, it's just going to stay open. Still Wakes the Deep. I thought it was an interesting game. I thought it was quite fun. I thought the AI was a bit buggy at times. I thought that some of the stealth elements didn't quite work as much as I would have liked. But as I mentioned in the review, it's the most authentic representation of British and specifically Scottish working class people in a game I have ever seen. Like, hands down, there are bits of that game that are hilarious to me because that is how people speak where I come from. And I remember actually my friend, shout out to Vicky, I think it was Vicky that said this, like, I've never heard this much swearing in the opening 5 minutes of a game. And then I went and played it and I'm like, well, that's how people talk where I come from. Again, if you don't know the specifics, I come from a kind of fairly poor part of the west coast of Scotland, like a Glasgow suburb. People were not, we were all working class people where I came from. That's how people talk. And critically, Kaz, the main character, I used to live about 10 minutes walk from where he's from. And in fact, there's an incident. So the whole point that he's on an oil rig is he's run away from the police because of an incident that took place in a pub. I've never been in that pub, but I could take you to it. Because I wouldn't go in there. It's a proper old man's boozer. There isn't a Kickstarter rule cutoff on the late pledges as yet. I think eventually they might draw a line, but I haven't been told what it is yet. Next up, I actually started playing this on Xbox and then I rebought it on Steam to play on my Steam Deck. Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess by Capcom. Oh, I love this game. It's so much fun. Tower defense meets hack and slash. So it's a tower defense game in which you are defending the literal god, the goddess of the title, who is helping to clear the infection of evil demons who have infected this mountain. And it's all done in a very particular type of like Japanese folklore art style. It's an absolutely gorgeous looking game. And the idea is that like you rescue civilians and turn them into these specific warriors who act as towers in a traditional tower defense sense. And then you run around Devil May Cry style, hacking and slashing through all these enemies. Completely bonkers. Absolutely loved it. I haven't finished it, but actually, well, that was it. I got halfway through it and then bought it on Steam because I just want to play it on my Steam Deck. But I played it on Game Pass, and if you've got Game Pass, go get it. It's one of those games you're either going to really vibe with it or you're not going to get it at all. And I described it to someone as the most Capcom-ass Capcom game since like the Dreamcast era, and that's what I loved about it. Batman Arkham Shadow and the Oculus Quest, Meta Quest, whatever. Damn, this is good. So, as I talked about in the review, like it's one of those games that transposes an existing game that you've played into VR in a way that just really clicks. So it's Batman Arkham Asylum but in VR. And one of the things I'll give the studio credit is that they have, it's not, I forget the name of the studio that makes it, it's not Rocksteady. So it's actually a prequel. It does take place in the Arkham universe. It takes place after Arkham Origins, but before Arkham Asylum. And it's a younger Batman, but it plays with all the mechanics of Arkham Asylum, but in VR. So like taking the grapple hook, getting on top of the gargoyle, turning on your detective vision, spying the enemy, and then swooping down to like take him out and then literally punching him in the face. So good. It's so much fun. It reminded me of playing the Resident Evil 4 remake for the Quest as well, where they took an existing game and repurposed it and rebuilt it in VR in a way that's really satisfying. It's the same idea, but it's an entirely different game. It's an actual new game. So yeah, a lot of love for this. Absolutely brilliant. Legend of Zelda. Zelda? The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom at number 7. Great. I really enjoyed it. It was Camouflage. Thank you, Ken. That was the studio that made it. It's Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. It was fun. They took the Link's Awakening engine and they did something new with it. I don't think it's as strong as it could have been. I think the idea kind of wears out its welcome towards the end. But like a solid Zelda game, takes about 20 odd hours to beat. Really fun. Had a great time with it. I'd like to see more Zelda games where Zelda is the protagonist. I thought that this worked, but also at the same time, I felt that they underserved her a couple of times in ways that didn't quite make sense. Like, you can wield a sword, you can wield Link's sword, but when you do it, you turn into like a Link ghost. And I'm like, just let her wield the damn sword. Like, I thought that was kind of reductive behind the message that they were trying to send. Okay. Shogun Showdown at 6. One-dimensional tactics game. Takes place entirely on the x-axis. Different enemies try and attack you, and then you like shuffle along and then like swap positions or shove enemies and stuff like that. Probably my favorite roguelike of the year. Developed by a small indie team. Lot of fun. Plays amazing on a Steam Deck. Great Steam Deck game. I don't know if it's on the Switch yet, but it's on PlayStation at least. Great little indie game. Had a lot of fun with it. And I actually played it more than Balatro, even though Balatro ended up higher up in the list. Robocop Rogue City at 5. I've not even finished it, and if you've been following me on AI and Games Plus, I've been streaming it. It's just great. I'm just having a lot of fun playing this. It's just such a fun, satisfying first-person shooter that clearly is also made by a dev team, Teon, who just get what makes Robocop an interesting video game character. And but also we talked about it at the time, I think. Are these based on my AI or just personal list? Just personal list. I don't really do like best AI in a game because most of the time, like Still Wakes the Deep would not appear in the top 10, but some of them would. But like, yeah, it's like Rogue City I thought was just really interesting. Although to be fair, sometimes AI does intersect with what I'm talking about because how can it not? But I just really enjoy that they get that IP in a way that is really satisfying. And yeah, it's just great fun. I can't wait to finish it. That game also critically came out in 2023. So yeah, it's a 2024. It's a Game of the Year 2024 released in 2023. All but 2 of my games this year came out this year. So except well, actually, that's not quite true. The number 1's a cop-out. Number 4 was Balatro. I don't think I need to say much about Balatro. Everyone's gushed about Balatro. It's really great, but also critically, it's pronounced Balatro. Helldivers 2 at number 3. This was my number 1 game for most of the year. I can't wait to play they just dropped a huge content update for the game recently, but I talk about it in the end of year summary about one of the things that Helldivers 2 really does really well from a design perspective is it foregrounds design decisions in a way that no other live service shooter does. It makes you think about all these little things that you take for granted in a way that, oh, if you fuck up here, you're going to die. And it also makes, the thing of I need to stop shooting in order to type in the stratagem thing. And then like you're trying to multitask that, but also, oh hey, if I reload my gun, I lose all the rounds in the clip because it treats it like a real clip. Also, that was the other thing, LB, was I kind of fell off playing Helldivers 2 a little bit, and I need to get back to it. But I would say until about August, I was still playing it almost daily. I put so much effort into it, and I think that was the problem, is also they've struggled with being a live service game and just continuing to be a live service game people are talking about. Like right now the conversation is about like Marvel Rivals, which is pretty good. It's, they don't sugarcoat it. It's literally Overwatch, but they put Marvel characters in it. And it's like, well, I don't really like Overwatch, but I would happily play Overwatch as Storm and like lightning people to death, which I have done. It's good fun. Anyway, but yeah, I really like what Helldivers does, and I think as a communal experience, I don't think there's any other game this year where I've had so many stories come back, where I'm like, oh my god, this is so much fun, this dumb thing happened, or just all these weird bits of incidental comedy. I absolutely adore Helldivers 2. Cocoon is just really clever and just such a fun, definitely one of the most novel indie games I've played in a long time. It's also why Balatro ends up so high in the list, because Balatro does a lot of really clever things in a lot of regards. in sort of how it takes existing concepts and tweaks them. And then Cocoon does the same thing, but it does something on I think that the twist it does is so much bigger that it really forces you to think about how you play that game in a way that no other game makes you think about how to play it. And I really enjoyed that. And really the thing that triggered this was I was at the Game Developer Choice Awards at GDC and sitting there and Venba was winning so many awards, which was also one of my games of the year from last year. I love Venba so much. Like, I still think it's 2 of the best hours of gaming that I've played in my adult life. Like, yes, I cried. But watching Cocoon lose out in all those awards, and I was like, that game looks cool. And I've heard a lot of people talking about it. It was the first game I played when I got back from GDC. And like, yeah, that's why people love this game. Fantastic. Again, props to Game Pass. How else was like, hey, look, indie game right in front of me, free to play. Let's go. Free. My number 1 game was Earth Defense Force 6 because I just love Earth Defense Force. In the same way that I talk about it in the review, but EDF and Helldivers are very similar beasts, but are presented to you in a very different way. Like, EDF reminds me of Muso games like Dynasty Warriors, in which the complexities of it are not readily apparent until you start playing it on harder difficulties. And then you realize it's this massive strategy game that's hiding in a third-person combat game. It's what I love about both of those franchises. I'm late to Dynasty Warriors, but I fell into that from Hyrule Warriors. I started playing this and going, I picked it up on like the Wii U, and I'm like, I wonder if this is any good. And then I've bought it 3 times because I played it on the Wii U, I played it on the 3DS, and then the Switch version I've played for about 70 hours. EDF, one of the things I genuinely love about EDF 6 is it's not just an evolution of existing EDF games. It's a love letter to the entire franchise because it's a meta analysis of the franchise itself as an EDF game. And it's one of those things that if you've never played the other EDF games, you're not going to be in on the joke. But if you've played, I mean, I've played every EDF since 3. So I played 3, 4, 4.1, 5, Iron Rain, World Brothers, and now 6. And Insect Armageddon. So I played a lot of EDF games. Seeing the joke that is laced in EDF 6, but the fact that they treat it in the same deadpan, stupid way that they always treat narrative in EDF, I'm like, this is amazing. But it's one of those things that unless you're a big EDF fan, you're not gonna get it. But yeah, I loved it. So damn good. My game of the year. I haven't finished it. I am still so many hours to play because I've only beat it on 1 difficulty. There's so many more difficulties to do, and only with 1 character. Yeah, that is the Wrapped for the year. I was going to hang about and do more questions and stuff, but I've also answered a bunch of questions while I'm here. And critically, this stream has been running for nearly 4 hours, and I need to get some sleep because I'm driving to Scotland first thing in the morning. But we will end with a little announcement of what to expect in 2025. So the actor's like, please tell me we're talking about 2025. Yes, we will start with a little mention of what's to come. What are my thoughts and predictions for 2025? That is going to be a newsletter issue next month, because God, there's a lot to talk about, whether it's on the AI side, whether it's on the biz dev side, whether it's the state of the industry. I already made a point of it in the newsletter about we're in a holding pattern with AI where there's so much conversation but fuck all is happening. And I think next year is going to be the year you're actually going to start seeing stuff. But stuff that isn't nonsense. Like, I've seen a bunch of stuff behind the scenes, and there's more games that are actually on the verge of releasing that are trying to use Gen AI technologies in a way that actually, there's one in particular behind the scenes that's very far away from being done, that I've been chatting with them, and they're like, we want to try and do this ethically. And also, like, critically, I've chatted with the folks that do Dead Meat and stuff like 1001 Nights. Like, they're trying to go about it ethically as well. Like, there's lots of studios trying to figure this out, so there is going to be games coming out along those lines. I like to think that on a biz dev side, things are going to improve, but fuck if I'll know, to be honest. Like, as much as I think it was it Rami that said it on Blue Sky, like, I appreciate the sentiment behind survive till 25, but like, if you think things are just going to magically turn around in 2025, you're a fool. I think there's not much more bloodletting that can occur. A bigger... Actually, I think that's one of the things, is you're probably going to see fewer AAAs downsizing, but you're going to see... Well, actually, what you're not going to see is a whole bunch of indies disappear and die who haven't already. Because the financial side of things is not... It's improving, but it's not improving fast enough. And, like, I don't... I made a comment about this elsewhere. I'm trying to remember where I said it, but I kind of made a point to someone who worked in investment. I said, you know what, investing in AI technologies for game developers is a useless exercise if there's no game developers left to buy the tools. And if you're just selling to the one-man indie, that is not a sustainable business model. If you really want this stuff to survive, you should actually be investing in games companies who are going to use your goddamn tools. But yeah, I think new indies will rise 2025 from those that get laid off in 2024, hopefully. But then the investment market isn't strong enough yet. The investment market isn't strong enough for that number of people leaving stable employment to then go and get funding. And also, I think critically, there was a spike of investment during COVID for people with AAA experience who bailed out, got a stack of cash, and went and started a studio. That also, from my understanding, that money isn't as prevalent either. Got to find some more tricks until 26. Exist till 26 was the one I heard. That's the one I've been sticking with, is exist till 26. But yeah, I think the biz dev side of things isn't going to improve drastically. The other thing, AAA is hanging entirely on two things, and it's really awkward. It's awkward and it's exciting at the same time. The entire industry in the AAA side is really focused on, when does the Switch 2 come out? First of all, kept having people saying, can't believe they haven't announced the Switch. Of course, they were never going to announce the Switch before the end of the fiscal year. I am so confused by so many games pundits who are like, Nintendo are going to do a direct before Christmas and announce the Switch 2. Of course, they're not going to do that, because this is the last Christmas they get to sell the Switch. It's shooting themselves in the foot. And critically, the thing that you always have to remember, Nintendo are not an electronics, they're not a games company. They're a toy company who now sell electronic toys. So they always think like a toy company. If you look at, we could make a Switch Pro, which is 4K and everything else. True. And they did investigate that, but then they threw it out. They sold a Switch Lite. Why? Switch Lite is better for kids. What did they do with the 3DS? There was the 3DS, then there was the 3DS Lite, and then there was the 3DS XL, and then there was the 2DS. Because again, it's like different form factors, different customers, resell to those customers, but critically, there's ones built for kids, because they're always thinking about their core demographic. They're like Disney. They sell to kids. And it just so happens that most of the kids grew up. That's always been their mentality. It's always how they look at things. And even if you look at their games, it's why, as much as I'm so excited for Metroid Prime 4, it's why we've been waiting 17 fucking years for the next entry in that series, because it is a game that leans to older ages. Same with the previous Metroid. Metroid isn't a banger franchise that appeals to younger demographics. It appeals to older gamers. So Zelda, of course, but Mario. Put Mario in all these different contexts, because those are things that they know are going to be, Mario Party sells like absolute hotcakes. I hate Mario Party. Mario Party is one of those things I can only play drunk, or with young kids. Mario Party sells gangbusters. They're always looking at it from the perspective of kids. And so for them, and critically, like Carl says, the Switch is still selling, so why? Like the projections are going down. They said like, oh, it's selling fewer Switches than we thought we would at this stage of the life cycle. But also they're aware they've not put out a lot of games. It's on the end, it's at its end of life. It's 7 years old. But they said, oh, we'll announce the new one before the end of the fiscal year. I would suspect, I have always said for a long time, so I'm buying Mario Party Jamboree for my nephews. You know what? I've been tempted to get it myself, even though I don't like Mario Party, but part of me's like, maybe this Mario Party is the one I like, and apparently no, never happens. I think they're going to announce it in February. That's always been my stance. They'll announce it in February because they'll have something to show at GDC. And because there's a bunch of people I know have got dev kits. A lot of people don't have dev kits and they're annoyed. That's the rumor mill that I've been hearing. I think they'll announce it late Jan, early Feb. And then they'll have a bunch of stuff at GDC to really cement it. I think they launch it in like June, which is a weird May, June, which is a weird time to launch a console, but I think they did that before. Was it the original Switch came out May, June time? I think they launch it in the summer because they'll have Metroid Prime 4. I've heard that they've been working on a Mario game that's already in the bag. And this is also what Nintendo do. They sit on games. Like, what was it? Fire Emblem Engage was finished for a year before they launched it. Because they sit on it. Because they go, it's not the right time to launch this game. Which is a wild thing for a games company to do that when you consider the state of the industry. They're like, no, this game will wait until it's the right market situation for us to release the game. I think they release it in the summer because it gets them in front of Grand Theft Auto. Because that is the other thing the industry's hanging on is GTA 6. And I was seeing all the news stories now about studios are waiting to announce because, and I knew that was going to happen. GTA is still looking to come out in the back end of 2025. There's a handful of franchises that will be willing to go up against it. The Call of Duties of the world are like, whatever, we're Call of Duty. Also, we're on Game Pass. But you'll notice how there's not been a huge amount of stuff announced for late next year. There's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that is going to wait until GTA 6 has a date. And then, because that is carving a space. Nobody wants to launch next to GTA 6. I would be interested because I think if GTA 6 launches too late, like if it gets delayed from like an August original release date to like late September, early October, you are going to end up with a bunch of titles that bail on the Q3 window this year. Like, this happened a few years ago where like a whole bunch of games didn't make it out in Q3 and they all got pushed into Q4, and then suddenly the spring was rammed. I think the same thing's going to happen in the spring of 2026 because so many AAAs are going to avoid releasing within the GTA 6 window because they know if we release within a month of GTA 6 and we are remotely similar in terms of our audience demographic, we are dead. Because so many people are going to be invested in GTA 6, assuming it comes out the gate strong. Now, I say this as someone who I don't really enjoy Grand Theft Auto. I don't care for Grand Theft Auto, but I recognize the pull that game has on the sector. I think is absolutely wild. And so, yeah, I think that's going to be really interesting to observe going forward this year is how does the sector react to GTA? Because I think that's going to be interesting for sure. There we go. Crop that so it's a bit cropped a bit better. Much nicer. Right, where was I? I was going to do a quick announcement, wasn't I? Yes. Right. Because we need to wrap up. What is coming next year? So I'm going to give you a little insight as to what's coming up, and then I'm logging off. AI in Games 2025 is very busy already because, first of all, we have goal state. That needs done. I have a bunch of work in the back end that needs done. And that's where I'm already now talking about how do we move forward. So first and foremost, AI in Games number 77 is in development, and it's a celebration of, actually it's tied into the release of talks for the AI in Games conference, because it is about Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. And it is based on Vladislav Yancevic's talk at the AI in Games conference. So we are going full circle, baby. This is the first ever episode of the show that is based on a talk that was delivered at the AI in Games at our own conference. Fucking amazing scenes, man. Like, I love the fact that we can now do an because let's face it, AI in Games has always been about me taking talks given at events and turning them into video essays. We are now doing our very own first ever episode based on a talk at our own event. But also Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, which I have been playing the shit out of late, is so damn good. And I literally am late to playing it. I only started playing it 2 weeks ago because I went away and played the first one. And the first one was good. And then I immediately started the second one, like, oh. The conference talk will be uploaded on the same day. To answer Solid Reactor's point, we will be celebrating the launch of the AI in Games conference talks with AI in Games number 77. And so we won't be releasing all the talks in one day. We'll be releasing them gradually, a couple of them a week, because there's 22, I believe, that I need to put up. 22 if you include my intro and the panel. It's 21 or 22. So we're going to be doing it gradually, because there's no way I can edit 22 videos, and I've only edited about 2 of them. There's no way I can edit them all by the end of the month. So we're going to celebrate with a new episode of AI in Games paired with the release of the first videos from the conference, and we will continue to roll out the conference videos from January till about March, end of March. And then AI in Games 78 has been half finished for months. So I was really grateful to interview the developers for Trepang 2 earlier in the year. And this is probably the most deep dive episode we have ever done. I interviewed a couple of the devs from Trepang 2 earlier in the year. They were absolutely fantastic to chat with, but they not only gave me all this back-end documentation, but in order to facilitate some of the stuff that I wanted to show in the episode, they actually went away and recorded back-end footage for me. They were like, oh, hey, here's how we do this in the game. Oh, like, actually the best way to show how this works in the game is here. And then they would like go into their back-end gym and they would record bits of footage for me to show parts of what I wanted to explain. So the thing that I would usually do where somebody gives me like a 30-second clip in a GDC talk and I rip it out and I put it in the video, they went away and gave me all this stuff. And oh man, like I'm a kid in a candy store. It's such a good and also Trepang 2 is just an amazing game. So I'm so excited to share this, and like the stuff that the thing that I love about this is a good old-fashioned design video, as is Space Marine 2, because like all this, like Trepang 2 is almost exclusively just behavior trees and a fuck ton of EQS, but the way that they built their own systems to achieve very specific design elements is really, really clever, and so good. I can't wait to share this one with you. Let's see what else. The design dive on Bloodborne, I've been writing that. I was originally going to release that next month, but I want to push that back. I keep pushing this one back, but it'll probably come out in like February, March time. And this is sort of my video essay on Bloodborne and critically how I now think it is like the Doom of the Souls series, in both in terms of its narrative design, in terms of some of its behavioral structure, in terms of some of its AI, in terms of its gameplay loops. Like it's the Doom 2016 of Souls games in a way that it's a thought that hasn't really escaped my brain, and then it allowed me to do that thumbnail, which I'm really strangely proud of. Alien Isolation 10 years later, we've now interviewed 7 people for this project, including most recently, I got to interview 2 developers who are still at Creative Assembly, who worked on the original game and are now working on the sequel. Now, let's just get on top of that right now. this was always written or implemented without the knowledge that the sequel was being made. And critically, on that note, people have asked me, I didn't know. I'd heard rumors and I'd never had it confirmed. And then subsequently, when it came out, I messaged all the people I know at CA and I'm like, you kept that secret from me. And they were like, we were very careful. We've kept this tight-lipped for a while. Now, the other thing is I actually know a lot more about the game now than I should. Both through some of these interviews, which you will not get to see, that none of that will see the light of day, but also because I was doing this, devs just told me stuff. And then I'm like, I'm not under NDA. So actually, I reached out to CA before we did the interviews with the folks at CA. Before we did that, I actually reached out and said, let's sign an NDA for this, because I now know a bunch of stuff about the Alien Isolation sequel that I should not. And I do critically, as somebody who has also built an internet career off of celebrating this game, the last thing I want to do is fuck you guys over by spoiling something in advance. And so, and actually they were quite good about it. They were like, oh, we really appreciate you coming forward and saying this to us. So, and then subsequently, I then was like, oh yeah, now I'm under NDA. And then someone told me something else. And I was like, why did you tell me this? And they said, well, you can't tell anyone now. I was like, for fuck's sake. Anyway, so yes, we've done a whole bunch of interviews. There's one more I would really like to do for this, and I'm trying to make it happen. And if not, it doesn't happen, then no biggie. But this is going to be a mountain of an episode. It'll probably come out, it's probably going to be in the spring at this point, because it's going to be an hour, at least an hour long. There's so many. I've done about 7 or 8 hours worth of interviews for this. So then putting this together is going to be a monumental bit of work. What else? That's the only things I've mentioned here. What else have I got? I've got a little note here. Yeah, so that's AI in Games 77 and 78. I actually have AI in Games planned out to episode 84. And 3 of them are already in development. One of them is another interview, which I've already conducted. It was done last month, and it's a really cool project. It's an academic one. It's a research project, but it's I'll give it away even because it's out there in the wild. I interviewed David Durst, who's a PhD graduate from Stanford, who worked on a project called ML Move, where basically he trains a large language model to be a movement prediction system for first-person shooters. And so he calls it the large language model of movement, where instead of getting it to learn text, it learns positional data for bots, and then from professional players, and then it can actually make bots move around in a game of Counter-Strike like a professional player does. Really clever idea. Also critically, it doesn't run on a cloud, it runs on a single core CPU. And it's like an LLM that's like a couple of 100 megabytes in size. It's an insanely clever idea. And I actually first met David at GDC last year, and I've been kind of like on the side, like kind of giving him a bit of like PhD guidance, I guess, as he was going for his defense. So I interviewed him for that, and we're going to put that out there. But we've got a couple other big games on the to-do list. There'll be another, I think there's maybe 2 more episodes that will come from the AI in Games conference, maybe 3. There's also an AI 101 that I want to do well, there's actually a couple of AI 101s. We'll see if we get to them later this year. And then there's another, so like Dark Souls was the big one this year, but it was a long-term project I turned into a video. There's another one I've been doing for a little while now, which is a bigger project, because it covers multiple games, but whether we get there, hopefully we'll release the first part of that next year. But yeah, plenty on the way. So 2025 is a really crazy year, but critically 2025, we're in a really good position in terms of the business of the company, the finances of the company, alongside goal state, that really I can spend the next year making YouTube videos, making Substack newsletters, and making goal state, and organizing a conference. So there we go, my 4 axes. That's really where 2025 is going to be. And with that, I think I need to wrap up, because I really need to go to the restroom for one thing. But also we have been streaming for just over 4 hours, and I really need my sleep. But yeah, so as a quick reminder, of all things AI in games, first of all, thank you all so much for your continued support and enthusiasm for all the shenanigans that I'm doing. If you are in a position to support any of the stuff that I'm doing, like critically, the two main things is one, there's head over to aiingames.com, over to the Substack. That is a great way to support. Like I would actually recommend that over Patreon these days. That's kind of like now became like one of the best ways to really support me. And actually I get more, the overheads on it are better. I actually make more money from every like $5 donated on Substack than I do on Patreon. And then also, like, just if you have anything to donate to the Kickstarter for Goal State, like I said, the late pledges are still open. We'll continue to honor any additional stretch goals that we hit. In fact, we did get another pledge to Goal State while I've been doing this. We're up at 185 backers now. We're only 15 away from our next backer goal. And yeah, where is it? There it is. Look at that. Look at this bad boy. It actually has now 285 backers. Isn't that amazeballs? Yeah, if you can support it, that is awesome. If you can't, that's also totally fine. But I like to bring these things up because some people really want to be able to support what I'm doing. Some of you, of course, cannot, and that is absolutely fine. But yes, thank you all so much for your continued support. This is the end of AI in Games for 2024. I will be taking a break. It is long overdue. My fatigue has fatigue at this point. Like I'm just at that level of tiredness now. Like trying to actually, it's been difficult. It's actually exhaustion because I'm now struggling to do a lot of tasks. So the next few weeks, very much going to be disconnected from anything related to my work because I really need the opportunity to recharge. But we'll be back in action mid-January. I haven't actually confirmed publicly when it is going to be, but probably the first issue of the newsletter isn't going to be until probably the 15th of January because I want to spend a week when I get back just recovering. Because we're going to be on the road and spending time with family, which is going to be great, but also then I subsequently just need more downtime after that just to properly disconnect. And be in my own space and just play some games and think through and plan a little bit of what I'm going to do before we get into the real wilds of the content creation side. So I need a bit of time just to have a breather. And even if it is just messing around with stuff on my own in the background, that'll be great. But yes, like I say, thank you all so much for your continued support. It has been so great to see the community really come together this year, both virtually via Goal State to help us make that project a reality, but also at the conference and seeing so many people. I mean, like it was just great to have, Happy Pie there in the chat and like Elby as well. Like Elby I hadn't seen for many years and it was so nice to hang out again. Happy Pie I'd literally never met in person until this year. So getting to meet members of our community for the first time, potentially ever, or just for the first time in a long time, and just bringing these people together. I distinctly remember when the night before the conference started, we were all hanging out in that part, the unofficial get together that Solid Reactor on YouTube, but it's Happy Pie in the Discord. Ajit put that together, and it was just great seeing so many different pockets of the industry that I know and people who are AI in games community, just seeing them all in the same space. And I was like, we have succeeded. Like this event hasn't even ran yet and we have won because we got everybody in the same space, and that's the coolest fucking thing. To then be able to put together the rest of the event, that was just kind of icing on the cake at that point. Well, it was more than icing on the cake because it was a fuck ton of work, but like seeing that the night before, it was like mission accomplished already. Like that was such a cool moment. So yeah, a huge thank you and my love to all of you for helping us keep this thing going. Like if it was just me babbling off in a corner by myself, this would be really awkward, but no, you continue to back us up and help make this a reality. And so speaking of babbling myself into a corner, this is really the time where I need to log off because I am about to wet myself. I should just go. No. But yeah, on that note, thank you all so much once again. I hope you all have a great holiday if you celebrate or not. And yeah, As the videos tend to say, stay safe, take care, and I'll be back. All right. Thank you. Take care. Love you. Bye.